We beheld a great wonder in heaven, woman clothed with the sun with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Canonicet, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Canonicet, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and Mattermas, hear us, O Lady Canonicet, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Canonicet, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Canonicet, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our Kalana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kemet are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kemet are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, surely mine is mine. Kemet are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikubdera upon thy brow. We are thy queen, enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, an ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kemet and receive our ayakara, our prayer, our supplication. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our own. We are Kemet, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Golsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated Aru from Geb, heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Al-Sar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We've caused men to love women. We've made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kemet Donket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and your love has no bounds. Thou art Kemet Donket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Una Lum, the noble Father, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy and into death and even unto the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Paket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasadi, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, of Yarvan, the Atet boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Netanumid of Kamiel Shinu, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with the lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikobatea, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Netanum Devkameel Shinu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one. Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor greater than Iset, Sefiparam Hashapu Tishtif greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparu greater than Mahat. Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rakshos are dying, Lady of Amta, Aminta, Lady of Madnu, Lady of Savra, Stol, Lady of Tepnepa, Barkut, Lady of Baru, of Yarvin. Thou art the Neteret, Amisesher, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which beings tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Kekarasa Pusara Karamemet, Safiparamsar Utishtif, mistress of enchantments, source and word of power. Forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nephilim Shinu. From the Anard of Kevanu, adoration rises unto thee, who maketh sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nephilim Shinu. Preserved beyond death that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in thee. Homage to you, Hikopatiera, and hail to the Nethanomid of Kamiel Shin, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopatiera Sasatim, hero of thy Akarna of our prayers. Thou art the great I and thyself when we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living the flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanod of Kamiel Shinu, Lord of the great throne, Hikopatiera Tarkin, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Unalum, who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Atendal. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Tatin and the Kav, all the living were created in the image of Hikopatiera, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. He who was created from the thoughts of Hikopatiera's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikopatiera's tongue. Hikopatiera's heart guides the Adnada, while Hikopatiera's tongue directs humans. The Tumra had to labor to create the Anad. Hikopatiera had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikopatiera called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. The Tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikopatera, while the Arnad speaks only the words of Hikopatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tarkin, thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikopatera is the creator of all crafts and trades, for Sefiparam Hasapu Teshtet is the great defender and beloved of Hikopatera. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanomid of Shenu of Memphis. O another Numidic Shin of the primeval mound, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made Aru the heavens after the conception of Unalum's own mind, who suspended the heavens, Haru, by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikopatera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western Aru, like all the mysterious Nethanumid of Kamiel Shinu of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine and not in thy mysterious seat like our beast, thy son who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Neb, O Lord, Hikopatera Sasatim, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikopatera Sasatim, Tatinan of millions of names, hear our Ayakana, hear our prayer, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopatera Mikamachin, thee, Hikopatera Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are nubet, our ears are apuat, our nose is kinshefs, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kipara, our neck is kemetonket, the divine mother. Our hands are Keramu, the lord of Tartu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Saris, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Osar, our reins are the Neb of Quaraba, our breast is the breast and awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Saket, our buttocks and our eye of Heru, our hips and our thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikopatera, and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of Samnatanumade Kamiel Sharon. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Nenternumadeva Kamiel Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any mortal, nor any one of those of olden times, nor human being. We come forth and advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. Oh, ears that hear, oh, eyes that see, oh, hands that bless. Graciously receive our offering, O Father, Mother, and we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our name, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother, and we give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life, O and of light. May your light be our light, O of mercy. May your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the Ankh flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikubatira Tatin and O Hikubatira of life, light, and mercy. Hear our Kana, hear our prayer. The upper part of thee is the Aru, the heavens, and the lower part of thee is the Duat. The winds come forth from thy nostrils, the celestial water from thy mouth, and the staff of life proceeds from thy back, making thou the earth to bring forth fruit. Through you we seek to create every aspect of our life. And great Earth Metanumedev Kamielshin, who stretched out the Aru, the heavens, the architect of all that is, the opener, the Lord of Jer, who maketh his disk of Ra to revolve in the body of Nut. Sasatim, molder of the Nephilim of Kamielshin, you of men and of everything which is produced, maker of all lands and countries, of the great green sea in Umalum's name of Keprta, bringer of Arthi from his source. May your creative ambience flow through our spheres. Let thy presence be known in our minds and in our hearts. High Supreme of the multiverse, there is nothing that has developed without you, whose development is their development in the course of each day, proceeding from what the Father Mother has determined. By the Jed and Ankh, we stand loyal and dedicated. Hail unto thee, Hikopatearatatin, and hail unto you. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously, Master of Sukkot, who concealeth his form, Hikopatearatatin, and moves within the wrappings of all forms of creation, who traverses the endless ages of eternity, being born through repetition of thyself. Thou drivest away the darkness by the beams of thine eyes. Thou ascendeth into the zenith of Aru, and thou comest down even as thou hast risen. The roaring of thy voice is in the cloud. Thy breath is on the mountain tops, and the waters of the inundation cover the lofty trees of every region. When thine eyes shine forth, we are illuminated. The ancient one who has reached the limits of time, the immovable one who traverses every path. Praise giving to Hikopatearatatin, Lord of Mahar, sole ordination of Shin among the Anab, whom created cities, shrines, sanctuaries, perpetual offerings. O Hikopatearatatin, and beloved is King of the two lands, that you may give life, prosperity, health, alertness, favor, and love. We will proclaim your power to those who do not know you and those who do, to the small and the great, as is done for a righteous man who has set Amur in their heart. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru, the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. Make Hikupatearataten and sword victorious, Let whom now loom be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Netanum of Kamiel shed alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarat Natar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence of your who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikopatera Sasatim, many hymns, for he had no father who engendered him when he was born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to him. Whom created the Nethanumid of Kamel Shinyu, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, seeing on Lum's behalf of creator of the kingdom, the gift of the living king to Hikopatera Sasatim, south of his wall. Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikopatera Sasatim, Hikopatera Sakur, Lord of Shirtiat and Isor Nebabrostol, may you all allow our Kata come forth in the day to see the Atmra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfer spirits who you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikopatera Sasatim since first we were on a Kata. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Isar, celebrating in the district of Bukar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy for the two lands, royal scribe, Horum have vindicated, Hikopatera Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a Polstish beard, wearing a skull-cap crown. Thy form is hidden, thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikopatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown hold. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsimito, shabo, balani, simtuna, hai, arsimito, shabo, balani, simtuna, hai, arsimito, shabo, balani, simtuna, hai, abra, da, 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 da. Good morning, good morning, good morning. There we go. That'll be better. Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. I hope you're having a very good morning too. Ooh, look at that. You should never take this guy off. And then I was like, man, take a shower. I want my neck to get nice and hot. And in the mornings, I wake up. I gotta take a hot. I take a good shower, and then I turn the hot water on. I get real hot. I put it on my shoulder and my neck. I take it for as long as I can. I'll step away from it. I'll step right back under all that heat and hot and everything, and that gets my neck, my shoulders, and all that. It's important to get all that loosened up. Sometimes you'll hear my neck go pop, 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 and that's important. Well, see, I took it as, they say warm up, for sports and stuff. And so I was like, well, instead of doing push-ups and stuff, I'm gonna go warm my body up in the hot shower. Anyways. And then what I do is when I'm done, I turn around, well, turn the water on to like max cold. I go to complete cold, so it's like bursting hot on my back, on my neck, on my spine. And then on the front side, once I'm done, I'll turn it to the cold. And I'm not going to let my back get hit with the cold because I want all that to be hot. I want those muscles and stuff to be nice and however they're doing like that. But I'll hit the cold on my front, on my underarms, and I'll cool my body. My overall body temperature will drop, and I'll sit there in the cold water for a little bit. That's my kind of thing there. Two worlds, hot and cold, fire and ice. Man, yesterday my world got, I don't want to say shattered, but it was like there was two greats that passed away on the 25th. Two angels, two amazing individuals, and they both passed on the same day, August 25th, and they were both 80 years old. 8, 80, 8, 8, 8, 8, 0. 0 is like an infinite possibility, like infinity possibility. And the 8, well, numerology, there's a bunch of stuff I looked into that. That's not a chance happening. That wasn't an accident. You don't have two greats go in one day in the middle, like right there at the tail end of the Lionsgate portal. Like that's big. That's a message. That's a huge message. So we got a few minutes here. So there's some people, when you've heard me read this one right here, Legend of the Bluebonnet. And it ends with the little girl and in the tribe, like the shaman goes up to the hill and he's like, you got there's no rain, there's rain's not doing good. Little girl, like the shaman goes up and he does his prayer thing, comes back to the tribe, and he's like, yo, okay, here's what we gotta do, people. We gotta make an offering. It has to be a most valuable offering. And then with the ashes, we gotta spread it to the four winds. Okay. And and like they all go into their teeth, they all go and chat and everything, and the whole tribe, they can't decide what to do. They have no clue what to do. That like what to offer, what's most valuable amongst us. Like there's somebody in there, like certainly they don't want my flute or my bow. Certainly they don't want my bow for my hunting. Another lady's like, certainly they don't need my blanket. They don't need that I made. And like nobody wants to give up what they got. And there's a little girl there, and the little girl, she has this doll, right? She has this old doll, and like she got it from her family, from her dad, from her mom. There's a little portions on the doll that like the dad contributed to, that the warrior doll, and the mom contributed to, and grandma contributed to, and grandpa contributed to, but they all died. They lost their life in a famine. So she was the only survivor. And that was her only physical connection to her family. And without anybody else being around, without anybody telling her what to do, after everybody went to sleep, came out of her teepee and she went over to the fire, the embers, and she got one that was still glowing, and she got some other sticks together. She got a little fire going. Before she could think about it, she thrust her dolly in the fire. And she takes the ashes and she spreads it out to the four winds. And then she passes out there. She doesn't go back to her teepee. She passes out there. And she wakes up and there's blue bonnets everywhere. There's fields of blue bonnets everywhere. And like every year, like the blue bonnets will come back. And like that was the most valuable possession. It was personal. It had love in it. It was, that is a crossroads gift. When you are moving forward in life, there's a physical object that we must let go of in order to pass on. And that physical object, it's not money and it's not just some object of anything, it's something that has meaning to us. And that's what she did. And I'm going to read this, but like, for those, look, on those two individuals, I just looked up those names. One, two, three, four. Esoteric meaning of. All right. All right. And then I just wrote that out. And then boom, that's the message. That's the message I got. And that's what made me think of the story that I just shared. And so the story is like there's the real story of Comanches. But here's what the four names in order would essentially spell out: the spirit union of intellectual reasoning and faith through solar energy that is used in ritual manifestation, with an effigy for focused intent of a bountiful harvest, which would ultimately bring the cancellation of a karmic debt, ultimately dissolving the illusion from mental and causal planes as well. Man, I get messages, I see messages, the whole world gets messages all the time. And I can't help but look and see it, how much I feel and believe, all the way down from a stuffy and how I would treat my pinky, this is pinky by the way, how I would treat a stuffy, all the way to how I treat a plant, to a person, to the planet that I am standing upon. Our heart connection to each other is the most important thing. Just waiting for this. There we go. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom worth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, and all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving lady, mighty Lord, thy cup and sword and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you provide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their vows and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind, light to blight this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampasi, Dingatia Kapasi, Dingadana Kampa, hear me all that I summon forth by my name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. For in Nozi Sekyo, Weva Samputo, right ahead, Hirusha, Henzu Sirukai, God of Kutijin, was ma, hot breath to give us at the tall, I could do, you keep shocking, Sanasaran. One by Shiromata is walking by Shumanata is Varnu and Nandum, Bomonton, strong and Shanae, Tarias Wakum Shanai, and Treyas Vaha, wing on Bami Bong, when you trashi patano suakum, you trashi atarashi patanas Vahar, ready to go to the Drong Chong Hang Hong Hong Chong Hong, Hayabishamata is Wakum, Hayabashumanata is Vaha. Himong unam kusano mana no mana semanta pesanom ham uhai ada guru la himong kung kung nang nai maria suwa ko manaya yar maya suwa I wa wi sring ngong grong mani chukya parai suwa kong jorti hi chindo gi jiba te swaha nu ne na kring ngong prong Monjiari Chibata is welcome Shisha Ibarata is Baha Uro Hungan Grum and Abashanu, Suakumara Kati, Buba Bebo, Barry Bear, Bork, Bobo, Bearongamin. Reynolds is a few waivers on Puto, they had Kerusha, and Serukai got Vision, was more helpful to give the those I bit to do deep checkings and a salmon. Para Shukushu Baru Gilma, Kabal Momo, Alabo, Pogana, Rabobolo, Galana, but if we shot of San Balasaru, African Belu, Mashanabo, Nuni, and Canton Belu, Golo, Haricard of the issue, Gilabo, Agima Masha, Goris Luma, Bobo, Maruka, Ragezi, Budi, Mugamra, Namdo, Kalamus, you can give you Lanish, Mashanana, Sarolim, Barmanatu. Si Mashinana Aruna Ramagi to Mutuku Ataki Lugulu, or Kinman, I call it a Kotnani, Neveru, getting up to Lakupanu Gakumashka Sana Sagari Mashti Sharu Malaba Feta Glogatar Marata or Bormaruku are curious or Lulu Barmaskin to do dedico Gimugat and Makio Paruku at the local Makio Panropishu, Saroli Muna Banatatu Sarima Shikaranu Suluman and the Robo Gibir Balagnatar Madu, David to Kumash Mashti, Sori Masana Go Supori Masharos Serapati Kubaras Zukanpa, Ugalab the Bora Boy, King Baradimu Aru Kakuramu in one Kashti. We are also to know for whom is found perfect before the Nephilim of male Shenyu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses has the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed, for we are also triumphant, even also don't know us the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum Depani Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanum Depani Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious also over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of this Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes us to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avari tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, ye set our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinmet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Daughter Notus will confirm. Lady Iset and Nevi Sorabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Lenush, Kalish Taxadet, Jumaticuli, Tigni, Ishli, Bialu, Atameshir, can message Hari Luciansi, Emila, Rato, Rumu, Jerisha, Isaya, Riaga, Riaga, Biesha, Biesha, Jelica, Jelica, Tupira, Laka, Isa, or Kalima Kutu, Kimakutu, Shami, and Sumari, Sayana, Sumria, and Sumria, Biesha, and Sumria, Zelika, and Sumria, Tupira, and Sumria, Laka, and Sumria, Tata, and Sumria, the Dixie, and Sumria, the Karuba, and Sumria, Sarnik, Shamash Kaptu, Lutamatunu Nish, Kingi, Bergin, Lutamatunu Nish, Mantuk, Masmashalani, Lutamatunu Nish, Kishwakamikunu, Lutamatunu, Nazumari, Utapasama, Yayaru, Nani, Banani, Nani, Batari, Perik, Bagabay, Zakarbais, Barakarbor, Barakarbais, Zakarbais, Barakarbor, Barakarbais, Agabais, Agbatari, Perik, Benani, Nani, Badu, Nani, Ayar, Karbor, Yadin, by the Korea, by Kore, Kia Sakaki, Kia Sakuti, Kia Soru, Kika Tulu, ya. Shrim Hrim Vajra, Verukani, Hrim Vaswaha, 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 and Shubam Giga Suki Shaki Godashi Saramada Yading Guru Kalamas Niku Dingan and Nabur United Kukaria Shumu Tusi and Kapasiti Kapakalu Paranam Tarabara Shakaraki Gimbara Barata Lobala Maskim Barala Tupara in Pabala Latubara La Subarala Koru Barala Kuru Kubara Kolor Barala Tubarala Tupsoleti Nazula Lazoleti Nazu Kigin Soleti Nazul Mula Zoleti Nazu Dinges Zoleti Nazu Maskin Zoleti Nazu Bareti Nazu Ziana Kampasi Kampa Munisiksi Bari Nagisa Shor Kishur Masha Zerika Bari Zikashun Mani Gizi Sharma Yardin Dories Arkiugu Akbar Nagu Dianum Dea Sarasavita Sana Mandala Parti Nariana Sajisira Sara Sani Vesta Kirovan Makulkuru Pankati Hari Haran Maparpu Rosanga Karan Maskaran Mantra Pram Metra Yard Namaha Prim Rovar Yanama Prom Sia Yatama Prim Baraber Nama Prom Kogar Yanama Propusat Nama Prom Karan Kabari Yanama Prim Mari Kariana Home Pumari Yatam Home Prim Savitra Nama Home or Kaitanama Pram Raskar Nama Pram Prime from Prosri for Story Yana Yanamaha Parosi Ayas Namaskarin Yakoparte Dene of President Palam Veram Tisha Tesum Kaja Yarate Hong Kring Monkeruas or Hong Kring Bong Shimashapia Koshapia Bisha Mushabishtia Kimatino Kutushula Emily Shulu Rada Tuku Epitashunu Kimamena doing Atikil Tushunuli Mutumanakulu Yishunuli Shumanakulu Ordini Shunuli Shumanakulu Tari Taluti Kashapti Sharushi Arkushi should be Arki should be using your Goku Shabakapam to be getting the bill Kashu money and do station Lanigoria Mariki Body Yazi Yazi didn't get a combined team of Durko Samito Chabu Balan and Shantarina. He's bought about the beer about Garazi Kambat no. Shariul Mekanushi Shariul Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Sharu you like I think Kunushi Shariu Daniel and Kunulin Putina Zumaya Utapasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmusho Shururi Shishali Nutisi Anime Alana Rabutishi Maya Barati Dina Dina Latin also Kumushi Wani Mushi Yamasarati Masarati by its Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Gerabalonish Maskori Yamasaratu Siki Akampa Pagolo Manesti Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klimisra Vietnam Home Sam Kumberari Atama Dumutap Kubera never Kodo Tapron Vida to Dumi Devia Merandum Tapnuk Sekaro Media Kinane Tapisaram Tari Neketa Sore Kierte Sepsan Mercy to Sana Hami Sarari Atamaomi Amendrai Atama Kopusno and Rom Tesotak or Naya American Kopusno Sek is that and Zek Takiswe Takaka Takaran and Kapek Tang Anger Set Tepsaruda Pek Markula Kutuluta Dalakagni Ramanari Yatnamha O Mami Maria Namaha Pia Mau Map Saratu Tararia Martin Happy no Happy Seki Sorunam Secta Secta Parte Kuike Erte Norekte Murmatu Yanu Yanyoangi Nari Tigarakasam Samarakasari Atam Home Pamparunari Atam Haim Saparuna Umpada to Sermaria Metanim Sanuvim Seki Sorunam Sexuruna Pekments of Sanutuni Kupitera Mautun Rates of Sitting and Anakabasi Yerkia Kabas Pale. Payomi and Payor, Verham, Mercy, Morkla, Morulu, Morbarchu sitting and Anakamaziring, about to Sutrata, Zakti, Takalaya, Ruyan, the Yankees of Bale, Umrimber Martin and Namaha, Ramuna, Mumahano, Mansara, Sera, Metancapranu, Pacabram, Capra, 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 and then kicked the Brasha, Capra, Premra, Malulu, as I do Takalana, Shatin, Bumaha, Jataki, Saramasa, Teomuk at the Secors to New Benaru, Tepmes, with Netor. Frame from Sri Yartamaha, mainstream Chandra Yartamaha, mainstream Mangali Yartamaha, mainstream Bambur Yartamaha, Main Brahmaspati Yartamaha, mainstream Shukra Yartamaha, mainstream Shamsala Yartamaha, mainstream Robert Rama Jakusumi, some Kishar Payam, Mahadari, Kim Tamarim, Sapapagnam, Plantushni, Diva, Karam, Dari Shankatu Shoraba, Kishor, Nava, Sabam, Namami, Shisharam, Sumap, Samburmu, Kurta, Dukisharnam, Tarani Karvas, Putam, the Yu Kanti, Samaprabam, Kumaram Shakti, Hastam, Tamakalam, Pranamami, Priyanku, Hai, Kisharamam, Pertam, Pratima, Burham, Somia, Somia, Kuno Pertam, Tamburham, Pranamami, Devanam, Shari, Chetnam, Chakurum, Kinchana Sani Bamburi, Putram, Tulukisham, Namami, Priyaspati, Kutam, Reina, Labam, Dejardam, Paramam, Kurum, Sabasa, Lavataram, Pargabam, Pranamami, Nelanjana, Samapasam, Ravi, Putram, Karajam, Chachaya, Matata, Sabutam, Tamamami, Sanaswarama, Takaria, Mahabariam, Chandrati, Martatam, Sinikal Garbasam, Putam, Tamrahum, Paramayam, Palasha, Pushpasam, Krashan, Taraka, Grahama, Sekom, Romakum, Kuramtam, Ketum, Pranamamiam, Mambramor, Morari, Tripon, Konibano, Bushu, Shir, Bormi, Sota, Borasho, Borasho, Shukrasha, Rigoru, Sarvaka, Hamama, Suprapatam, Kurumeshanti, Shanti, Shanti, on board, but was more on touch of it, one and more Vasia, Derming, and Digan, and Operator, they are on touch of Swaha, the Swaha. Nansinan, Anana City, Asin, and Anana Basam, Yana Sayaki, Kampama, Kapati, Anana Kampama Street, and Anazia, Kampaya, Magaya, Mag. Yes, I guess then I cast with Nabogudu, Mercurius, and Kaku, Addison, and Bodomo Safety for the Niskanpas, Saka Shet, Kalaskanpa, the Bosatanatos, Kampaya, Garcia, Sasha, Kulamani, Yashia, Marcali, started Bari, Yagushia, Gay, and Anania, then Yara, Shapa, Marchich, Karini, Milo, Yaji, started Kanpa. Nanas Yarma Kampabi Sarma Kampaya Page Lurki, Shmashukudu, Yadu Gakas or Lurchis, Maria Yataretia, Ataretia, but high like the Maria Kampazi, Rudu Yakamazi, Shu, Yakampai Shata, Zeraku, Zibaradu Kampaya Shakampayana, Gorbas Baruna, Gomas Baruna, Gomas Baru, and Garia Yazian Kampaya, and Garia, and Garia, and Gania Kampaya, Katalama Kiara, Pamaru Marukum, Perus, Marukum, Perus, Kalea, Dagi, Gariama Bornes, Yamaru, Yortuku, Sorim, Sorgorim, Azarim, Lazaras, Kara, Pilo, Kukurku, Nim Kmanu, Yartuki, and Dara, Yasi, Batu, Balku, Baruku, Perteriku, Baka, Kampasi, exact, but Basak, Barone, sawing a new shoe, Gam Suki, Goddess, Ramadi, Guru, Klamas, Nikutingan, in Apu, Unex, and Nikukayash, Murku. Vargini, Precious Sasho, Mamju Shasho, Grator, Mogori, Prani, Divir, Party, Prandiano, Gratham Chassi, Biswar, Teusho, Devia, Matari, Vivarti, Chandratra, Harston, Rati, Aranti, Arbantu, Yama, Sorasvar, Ranyar, Varnar, Portrop, Arjas, Suri, Hishars, Prati, Shirbovarni, Arni, Viswarva, Tisharsia, Mortarsia, Ketur, Samarna, Mortarn, Charani, Yarmar, Chakra Mayer, but Navarias, Yarvas, Arvas, your Mevachian Varti, Margoni, Shariati, Svasaras, Yars, Patnis, Varanjati, Jurabarkas, or Amsar, Ratar, Tadi, Varparatra, Aspritar, Yara, Chara, Lord, Derby, Mushar, Sambivar, in Pra, or Vartabam, Amanasa, Timor, Marur tardi de vipar Josh Reslar Rocharta Rocheran Varsan Lurtar Varti Varkedra Burtiara Tiroda Sirchitra Masar Ariarti Marta Oshar Sambivarti Him Varamar Meshir Raviar Namberg Sharmar Nartasia Bornadu Shara Sharvara Nisharan Borsvar Martinia Rasia Varuna Siana Ariatun Treva Barnum Vidate Puratra Om Devi Kaki Ganyai Nahab Namaha Kariyanyai Namaha Maria Yoginya Desh Vietnam Gopur Sortam Devi Parti Mekuru Kernam Home Deventrani Namastur Diam Devendra Priva Mini Vivara Hambarga Rorkiam Srikarala Bambum Charader Neom Ring Kati Ganyai Swarha Ring Kati Ganyai Swaha Shankara Sankorsan Marchi Pap Viadwans Lahi Purusha Chatu Stela Bechar Parti Mederi Kurkuru Swaha Karyanye Mahamariye Mahayogi Ardeshi Panam Parsu Devi Pasti Mekurute Namaha Helgori Shankar Kini Yata Vam Shankar Yata Mankoryu Kantiani Kanta Sadurla Bamum Deventroni Namastur Yam Devendra Priva Mimi Vivar Hambaror Kiam Srikaram Der Om Ring Hum Namaha Embori Shankaran Kini Yata Vam Shankar Priyata Mamkuru Karyani Karantar Sadurla Bam or secret enquête cette firme sera putisce fattore kata estrate di gana de metakali nana ichi barni to gordon veil from mother and to her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic keys. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. Ombor Vaswaha Kasviter Banyamber Kudavasa Dirming Union of Pracho Diary, Sip Shosh, Corashon to Torota, Tororata, Rota, Rata, Toa Brahada, Bra, Ung Gang, Yang, Gong, Krong, Kring, Gong, 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 Chung, Dong, Gong, 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 Tang, Bang, Malabak. Look at Marata Carbara, Duca Kudamo, Duca Kudamo, Sarima Sicarano, Erkingo Baradimu, Sarima Sicarano, Aruka Kudamo, Duca Kudamo, Duca Marata Carbal, Malapa Kidal, Aruka Kudamo, Sarima Sicarano, Erkingo Baradimu, Aruka Kudamo, look at Armata Carbal, Malapa Kidal, on Trambara, Timpusti, Haramor, Parumi, Barbanat, Yomo, Keria, Katama. Rim hum shum krum chair cake shum krum prim shim shanim boom rim shim krum chair ka krum marea gliforana kurwazi can name grayat nama shum shrim him pasram mede his grayas va krim kali swaha sarva bisa mede me mahalir yartamha Thanking Jo, Lang Zun, San, Jinjo, Lang Jun, Suvar Hosh, Joe, Share, Soku, Bordibo, on Borbar Baswa, Tata Bitter Vanya, Burgudavasya, Dirmahin, Yunun, Doctor Pamadava Trivasita, Sukra, Kanubapara, Saras, Visar, Mir, Traka, Pilo, Sorvaka, Yashinava, Yabar, Warsha, Baraknik, or Torma, Kala, Yasa, Lobas, Arias, Croserka, Varsa, Gracia Mordurka Durvasa Nara Kaziar Pagaya Trosning Monastru Brati from Tristum Cicarti Ati Cicarti Sagvari Atixvari Torti Atirvati Virda Prastar Dam Prati Karti Prekerti Arkurti Virkorti Samskurti Aksarm Karti Berbor Voaswa Harjorti Smarti Arti Brajaparti Soma Isala Saveta Lidia Bras Parti Mitra Baruna Bargarar Medkarasa Vasa Posan Drag de Varigo Bamerteva Metra Baroni Visperteva Metrika Visun Pasu Rodro Kuberla Svinskerti Mount Gerni Varu Surya Casa Rama Baruna Bras Parti Brajarnia and Drangat Halva Porsa Mitra Vasa Varsu Maru Surban Geras Visperteva Svins Brajaparti Aksara Tapatur Brahma Pesnuragni Vayu Surya Sara Tigarin Geras Pitri Bargaran and Kandarva Borsa Mitra Baruna Vasa Vasura Mardeva Mitra Baruna Nigeria Visvareva Visnu Pasupati Sardareva Kubera Svins Brahma Power Devi Puri Sardia Viswa Padra Virasini Prabhavarti Jaya Sarkanata Durga Saraswati Vitruma Vilasar Varitiani Vimala Tabo Paharini Suksma Vaironi Jaya Vasa Parmaria Prasarubar Pardra Triparta Privi Rapasari Variu Rakasakarna Rasarupas Parsata Pasar Paru Parta Pradni Vargarana Jiva Kaushus Surta Prana Mardas Parna Bordiviara Sirats Marlar Kara Karshati Ari Marn Shati Sharturio Tarni Yarchaduria Yabarabara Yarkampa Yarkampa Shnikarabi Yaringi Yaria and King Jo Ju Wolan Kinjun Sanching Jo Ju Wolan King and Junjing Juan Morjor Tern Yen Jare was on Puratien Junjo Tern Yen Yon Lation Puertin Ju Washington Group Badland John Water Sharing Group Badland Ru Georgian shortin Georgian shortin Jorn Shir Yorong Shar Joy Yen Jonchi Sha Ho Horns Ho Ser Krul Ser Deu Jo Ho Jijo E Davi Shor Hosh Ser Shos Shor Horse Ho Ser Neshu Ho Horse Ho Ser Shu Hor Hosh Ser Shir Ho Ho Wesh Mer om mijn harden barnum serari branem parum peraria vermaria aranya garbaria di maitano brahma prajodaya tom totum kari vermahem srudaria di maitano brahma prajodaya tom maim ring spring cream sauce ta gambaram brahma bramarja janam pratarma purusha dihi mamar Proshur Venavar Ham Kuru Brahma Kuru Vishnu Kuru Shiva Kuru Devo Maswara Kuru Saksha Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Ursigna Pet Kindi Empire now already have been cannibals at Kusutu and Sorkati have passes out of 2 step and then make set them out and you to so 3 to Martu for Ru Carabu, Karuna Karun Karamati on the website I Karu never Rusi Kriu never born at Tim Sapuarium above or Rikariki, Neheb called Nehem the purchase of Stefana Piacharbu. From Priam Torsi of the sea for a Didi and the redeeming Torping in the remote Magis, Shepherd, Lori Torman, Yarmoski, Rodonski, or Bapiat, Kortofia, for 14 or 3 Berdeg, but Regis Virate and Cassie Cars, Sirtori Berdeg, Boulder, Brand, Field, the Go, the Provian Week, are whispered, we are Sigi, Revere, Bostonski, or Piatli. Skortung skarfi sargin kervin kervi sket funo for here and heran ni corning corning goes in kur orski omi be friendly sweetors we dear your near slip near have the mir so gun drop yum fumbotios it your streetly we are your most spurning for him have can go get your mir Odulma bor best ortin ville ver su Monkamberg mir osri visri nordri sutri garasa tor norfi norfi nagra for the oro nirli urti ringa ser deskin vexi morli fili lunes oro bokos vinspir hilti verti sermi verting skjor hati robi aksani jan via diori at the borglad champion korp och socialdemokraterna är ner i nordlig astri vestri att göra förlingar nej ner pingen bitor bofon bombor nor vid ner vigor då vindo torin fili California valley torin directly virna rasin rafna rakvari horhogsborari Hela koin tori tu fon tori ti fili osio ro velir lu for skip you beer scarfi na ar fingi Erkinskerdi Frosi Fingi Noria Gazia Weird for Bandis Corporate a big near Blame the Rogas Yerbit Skerke Blea Blame at length and blame by first fast food fast leg Perloni Vins Bova Saras Neuro Din Free Lordi Avinaya Paria Visnoda Maria Manas Maria Visayama Gorhas Narbotara Eam Vistararia Tararia Samsara Sakaratardi Biarduni Karande Pari Mar Pari Boscarde Sri Pari Para Verde Baba Paria Chiarte Varande Sariapi para Barcarme Nata Tava Hamna Mama Kinas Bam Samudro Itarenga Barcarna Samudro Nataranga Purana Narka Veganan Jatan Jatkala Mitra Sabtarste Bavarta Nabavarta Himbavarta Sarar Skara Masiarti Rai Ravata Varta Sarta Vasurdam Paramesvara Palapario Baba Parta Baba Babito Hamdo Mudara Gunamandera Sundravarna Raverna Govinda Babajala Marad Matara Mandara Paramam Daramara Panayat Bam Mernariarna Karuna Maria Sorarnam Karvarni Taboko Coronori Sarpari Maria Varanasa Roje Saravasatu Iti Sri Mataram Hasapari Raja Karasya Sri Govinda Bhagava Purja Parasisya Sri Machakaraga Bavarta Kurtaparis Rutram Sam Purnam Kuperudananda Sri Raja Rodana Swaradana Shumi Priyatar Motana Danyu Kirani Kapriya Daksino Dami Vrata Daya Varantu Daya Rata Divya Laksana Sampano Dina Rati Jana Rasaka Daya Lashmi Samaraju Daya Lashmi Virajita Daya Rupu Dharma Bori Dharma Samarusano Sarka Nihis Parunira Lamboniri Nampari Padlaka Yanta Neguna Kuranis Karmo Niru Padravana Varagana Samaraju Navasankya Paravataka Matspira Di Sarva Harikuraka Radvirta Karshiniku Yojara Sarkar Sarjana Kurjara Sarka Raja Kantro Rabardi Soran Jargo Raja Purjita Visira Bastra Veserdia Piarka Maramarna Savijayo Pimalu Varnyu Vanduru Jana Basala Verupa Sapriya Tarmo Veragi Viskutur Mukasa Beviarto Sarananda Sabra Sarki Samad Verta Samanda Rata Sarnya Sarvatan Narrekaka Subrita Surava Surmo Sarva Kareatur Hara Samar Gera Priya Saksarve Var Vasri Verajita Svahala Samprito Agyalana Pravartaka Vyorkana Samprita Samprasvartana Priya Lamparapasi Harinkanda Ravi Vorchitu Dardir Parama Vera Babona Parahana Kinoreso Visrapanaka Paravataka Astrolashma Samri Yuta Vereo Mala Vikraha Lokaraju Lokalarju Lokoparatur Sulasara Sulapa Surbara Surutu Sankadana Priya Sarta Sudana Kuno Peta Susvata Surdana Garha Sorva Kamarshnu Sumati Sorve Devar Kanor Karkar Sankara Sararas Remam Parap Jorati Parapara Samai Dikura Sapara Saranyo Dina Varsala Parobakare Pabarda Taru Dia Sare Bahar Darta Sorva Goro Perta Sorendra Samve Parupa Visvrakyo Vietantia Varata Takshiaranta Prata Kala Parte Surtam Susir Burvia Denedenen Kedala Pravnoti Purusa Srinam Devendra Sarni Paran Iti Sri Kubera Stur Tram Omyacharya Kubararia Vesravanaria Danadanya Dipataria Danadanya Samri Der Ner Dei Taparyasvaha Om Shrim Hring Hring Shring Hring Perishvaraya Rama Om Hring Shring Hring Shring Kubaraya Shalakshmi Mama Kriya Danam Pararia Paraya Rama Om Hring Shrim Lakshmi Hring Saha Swaha Om Hring Aksharya Kubaraya Vishravanaria Danaka Kashanaria Sarvaloka Vasingararya Taradanya Padaya Taradanya Samru Der Ner Dei Taparyasvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Kubaraya Namaha Om Acharya Raja Vermaria Rikesaria Dirmai Prachudayat Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Siringarki Kapal Siringarana Kapal Zikugi Makampra Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Siringarki Kapal Siringarana Kapal Kakumashkar Sana Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Siringarki Kapal Siringarana Kapal Lugalap the board I can go Sikir Kapal Siara Kapal Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Berte Rame Maro Rame Sasturam Aturam Nam Varnat Neumania Kai Nam Homa Kanandaya Verat Mare Bakran Sundari Adi Mahitanon Dadi Prachadeva Kundama Karya Serakoti Samaprabanor Koram Purume Deva Sarva Koryeshwar Sarvara Sri Koros Roj Rajnish Mane Mukure Surapa Rora Gupar Vimocha Surjo Jaku Porchar Burki Hintaru Jani Sumer Rope Kumar Borborgi Vidyata Homo He Kara Hu Kodeso Pikarche Hermen Kanjun Skarche Karkisi Loku Jagram Jutali Padan Minchali Pudupapa Ramaha Mahavram Bajrangi Marini Horse America Saniki Kasan Para Subesakaran Kodo Kuchi Kiso Posharu to Porsche Piraji Korde Borshore Hus or Jason Corson Isrin and Dentish Prata Mahajagpata and Vedia Parikuniati Trataram Kosri the Quarto Pravuchari the Survi Korasha Rama Kansita Manvasia Sri Koros Roj Rashnish Mane Ukore Sura Parlora Gubar Vimocha Surjo Jaku Porchar Burki Hintaro Jani Kusumira Papan Kumar Borborhi Vidyata Homo He Mora Ukores Vikarche Ariman Kan Kunskarche Karpisti Loku Jagora Amputa Lir Pandradama and Johnny Pudupavan Serta Mahama Verigad Parangi Kumari Nivors Medica Sankachan Paraporit Subisakaran Kudo Kujikeso, both Porsharo to Borji Varaje, Karte Borshare, who sources across the street, Serena Dantes pertama hajak pada video paringoni di Cotram Kosher di Bogor Perutrit Surbikorasa Market si Taman Pasha Suruk Sumarub Dari si Argi di Karva Vikarub Dari of Jangka Jarava Bimarub Dari Aso Sankare Ramachandra Kikasan Vate Lai Sashi Valakan Siai Sri Raguva Harishi Wari Ragu Parikini Baud Marai Tumam Priyari Prati Sambai Pasas Barat Naparum Haraya Skarvi Uskargi Sri Parikan Lavikarve Sankari Pramari Munes Nurat Sarat Sari Desa Yam Kuborti Korjan Tekavik Wood Korgi Saki Kan Ted Tumukra Suravin Kera Ramehari Rash Paratene tomorrow Motor Vivarshan Manalanga Swarbaye Surjar Jarna Yug Sahasra Jojan Par Barnule Yurjagi Marvo for Chardu Prabhumutri Merumar Magi Charlie Yonki Galpas Reshnar Herdor Gam Kerjakar Kerjatet Rama Nukratum Rete Rom Duarte Tumraquarte Gia Vino Pasar Testur Surglar He Tumhari Saran Tumrak Sharkor Darnar Apantesam Haro Partin Lorham Kanpai Portisarsi Karnar Hina Verma Verjabna Nasunade Nasro Hare Sapir Japan Nanter Hanuman Bera Sankanse Haruman Jurdeve Mankaram Vachan Jul Vesu Poram Tapas Veraja Tinker Sankal Tum Sarja Ormanu Lajur Luve Surhiar Nijarvan for Porvecher and you part up tomorrow or procedure Garuji or Asarus Santerum Raguarde or Surde Cantanum or Hardea Shasiri Nabni Kera Tatus War Jerjan Kis Marta Ramrasi and tomorrow Pasar Sara Rahur Ragupari Kedasa tomorrow Barjan Ram Kopaver Janam Kerduk Basaravean Koragu Ver or Ye Janam Hari Barkahari or the Chadi Dorhi Anima Serki Sor Kore Sankat Kartemite Saper Josumera Hanuma Bobera JJ Haruman Kosin Kripukaru Guru de Pierna Hinjus or Bob Patakar Koti Jurte Parti Mahasor Koti Joria Pare Hanuman Solis Horia Series Articores Jusira Sara Hori Chair Korje Das Hora Emendera Pavar Nasan Kahadan Mangof Morti Rup Brought Merkan Sita Sarki Kadaya Basu Sor Book Maharaga Vashoshi Sabasha Rajahum Bambo Finish Ranam Jarandi Variam Bong Namapur Omim Himshim Blomim Nabu Pate Vatali Vasteli Varhi Varhumuki Varumuki Atantini Namarun Tapini Nama Chamba Chapini Nama Mohemogini Nama Samba Sabini Nama Saravadusa Produceram Service Services Short Mugati Jiwa Sambaram Kurupur Skiram Pasamim Glum Taita Umastraya Pahatswaha Animani Mane Mamane Shirashiri Shabita Mukuta Mukuta Bishabi Shabi Shubi Shabi Shai Genishin Shabita Rani Okabashari Nevita Batata Nevita and the rest I couldn't put a radi sugar somebody pekari that is a Romari shade, the Suguna Kushani Shabashu Mata Matada Shara Parumana Tai Sarama Koyo Gimoki that I did Chineri Chiari Nada Tona de Bandi Akin Kandari Sandadi Matuguchi Korubor Chari Gachi Debbie Aranite and Adite and Adite and a Shurday Hachi for a Sunday Shurubani Batani Batani so you have Shani so you carry so you Hagarite Asukarate Sarubasumi Shikara and I Sarubara Shumara set this Suru the Q Sharai to you I should be Manya Mama Mana Sirikarita Sabasmita Visanta Mukamuk Tamasama Sama Jai Sinas and Disamated the Loki Sunny Nitidu Amitadin Viste Abitari Parishuli Kulim Kuri Rade Parade Sukansis Masam Bullet Dom Parix some good Nekusan Nikoni by Visitani Matromatriciata Ruta Ruk Soy Xaya Paratella Bakula Balu Roman in Taiswaha Shwala Mahakalo Fitu Mukiara Notavati Tini Vitini Sitini Notani Notavadis Waha Tata Renata Nari Kunadi Swaha Gari Kadali Metekan Kudali Parhangi Passes a Gulu Brusai Sisis Waha Adana Pati Vatani Dana Kusala Dan Saradi Sarada Pari Purpasan Savadani Avatani Sambatani some Parixi some Gunikatani Dama Parixis or Kusulana Gatis and maybe Dana Pati Vatani Vatalis Waha Honor Manor Mormi me she Larry share Mercer Lord Dorwer Shard Dimor Dimor so Luo where so Lur sang Luso Lur Shire Chari Yakin Nation Share Lord Tolo Nia Luker Polso, Borgia Pisciardi, Erbiar Dolor Min Lorti, Erandol Bolli Shori Orjoli Morjoli Aloli Boluli Shor Jasi Yersan Mosan Lupo Virgili Dir Dar Morboli Sher Der Sanker Der Shursha Mi Porcia Polsher Shordi Merdulo Manolo Charier Dolo Yor Dolo Yor Dolo Yor Sherlo Echalo Vercha Yadoyer Polo Emorona Lordor Yacole Moherco Liuji Murgier Lia Lord Cordine Lirini and Little por di Gini Vergi Niji Verli Chini Lici Torialini allo nalia nalu nalur junalur ver carmi carlir culi carntuli Jantolomero denki chankioli polur sharni yari lur yirti miniti luati luiti lur nilu 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 loji loji doji noruji atandi tantor poritan to Josheli tantor jor toli jor toli jotolor poli Potul Boshan Mir, Sapotol Lonier, Podeni Sapoporsha, Epodoniro Joro, Epodoni Serinke, Polu Charni Sinkiarin Kier, Tolinier Sing, Kiersinkier Porca di Leare Xor Dorosing, Kier Dolorpe, Lordi Borlordi, Saposenkiadi, San Modi Kier Diardi, Sapodar Morjur Bolichar di Saposador Torgior Sheloreno dir Jarne Piedi Sassecum Sahu Wong Hong Chong Hong Tong Gong Tong Gong Tong so Hong Gong Long Gong Sor Gong Sor Gong Hong Cham Singara Ring on Yeru Sorara ông vòng đường mong cánh nghìn con ngọc lắm mình con ngọc trắng nghìn con ngọc thấp nghìn con ngọc thái nghìn con ngọc tối nghìn con ngọc bấm nghìn con ngọc sáu nghìn số ngọc có nghìn con ngọc sáu nghìn số không kinh sinh hình hiến kinh vòng đúng song sinh song số ngọc sáu cung ông sáu cung cung sinh con sinh ngon sinh hà ring hà ra ông hà đầu sor quan kinh số ông nghe ngon vòng đủ nici na ora mata tu mushuku na ora mxipi hu mushura o man asa baba tramira na ora om ta te shaharo buku jujo na ora ma muksira yu kushi na ora buru ru kendali badagi swaha pushina bushino nama bagabar hin sinsia yum buru sforu shwala tisu seru kana serbatu sanni swaha so kanchi sa boso omolik swaha de zishi boso samchanta sa swaha tara boso nama sabata kuranam koruro babe tare tetini swaha sinju sinju kanchi sa boso Pastor Dharma hi Barto Kanji sa boso manton baba humpat swaha George Venkaji sa boso mahal kurun kai swaha Jordan Kanji sa California Kudi swaha Norin Kanji sa boso parme samali swaha kongor satu Pastor saat pahar nia boso zomli shishu ta vijay swaha Pujo boso samye samonjo boso mana makana moro boso matre swaha chisor boso ha 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 besmai swaha Kokor boso namaru kaskor bayo malik mali moli swaha nikor boso mutut swaha kokor boso kamur bayi swaha foto mo naman semanta bersalam kana morsalan sota ya hum tuat ham Santai mai om sunapa nation ba hum jashara hum bundari mai om amtra hum patei tu hum spikal rupa hum kam swaha kongori ya mai om pasharak sa hum aisan mai om Umara goro boshores ni sebashara jahum palmu ku chaku mai umara rukum swaha sor coaching kumbai swaha Kongor song gonggon of Rashara Chahum Swaha, Senichi Doji of Genesis Swaha, Jikutum Tarsara Pramina Swaha, so Chotunum Viropax and Angipay Swaha, Komokutum Viropax and Angipay Swaha, Tomotum Visrofani Swaha, Pensaitinum Saraswati Swaha, Tekokutuma Kalari Swaha, Ichi Chotunuma Kalari Swaha, Kari Taimum Durmali Hadith Swaha, Kadaikini Tenomri Swaha, Marishitinum Marcia Swaha. Om Namo Hum Trakarada Nusumbaruka Magata Metroya Surbanya Gosani Samantha Brahma Sadaswati Shara Reva Shiva Vishnu Rava Dakarambi Om Surbani Sumba Hum Vajra Humpa Om Shrim Him Kling Krom Garbataya Parapara Sabaja Beva Shana Yes Wahata Purusha Ye Virmaya Pakandari Adirmaitano Dadi Prachudaya Om Shanti 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 Om Ganhariya Saya Ramaham Kumbari Ramahalam Ruda Raya Ramaham Kring 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 Om Ganati Yavidarbari Vakundari Adimai Tanotan di Praja Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholi Asha Asha Manayasha Safas Tum Smara Smarakshya Malapam Kuru Kuru Dushtu Graham Patwaha Runam Kuruna Terakshim Duta Pusha Kusha Pusha Babara Jabari Rabur Ramakara Hame Eva Vibabari Babar Nim Sri Marashri Ragni Sri Marsene Shane Shwari Chidagi Kudasumbuti Devkori Sumuri to Rabaja Rombar Salman Vita Rakishara Rupa Fishari Kuran Kuku Juvala Rompu Sheshu Gorana Pacha Thermal Second Nishara Papura Maja Brahmana Pandala Champaka Shopa Narika Surgandika Sika Chakuru Winda Manishnik and Kutia Mandita Stami Sundra Vibra like Stala should be the Murka Trunkel Kambaram Luka Nabi Vishishakavaranas Manaka Alia Ruhatana Chalika Bakra Lakshmi Vari Braha Chalamina No Chara Navachampa Kapusva Nasada Davira Jedekadika Discadina Sabarana Surkan Bamachalik Utrekana Pura Manohara Dankari Gali Botapano Dupamandala Parmadagi Shila Dashi Padi Babi Kapalupo and Above Roma Pompashina Korea Danan Chara. Penugo mas Sri Dramat Siapa Baraj Sri Pratichada Sri Divitrata Bisham Swaha Sakti Partilakam Sri Divitrikapri Jotam Chapa Very Ugare Sarina Sakumisiapa Pramara Saratnam Sarasi Pratichada Senamamoki Sri Divitrati Namari Dio Bijari Namaku Swaha Sakari Yatama Pario Pakari Yatama Napoli Yugi Yatama Samudi Sarina from Gustipiam Namaha Tim Tarchanipiam Namaha Ramayapiam Namaha Manamikapiam Namaha Krenkanasipiam Nama Kronkarasada Plasapiam Nama Iri Karenia Secromata Nama Rims Passusams gave us Ramkapakayum Nim Pasa Chromasri Patiti Signanis books Rumirti, the Banandium Diptherema, David Scars by the Pinning Dipati Dipte Varas and Truman Pompi, the Miki, Economic Summer Common Kitchen with Shabi, Miki, Dipum Kurapadiam, Yam, Miki, Nurse Bamiam. Miki Yam Navarium near Princes Ramiki Subricabri Johnson Rapami Chapamala Drama Mamalia Mahamaria of the Montel Saudi Pinicator by selling gases for many seed the Papa Guru Mantrom Him Sida Guru Presido Leatos Ridi Viturga Mantrom Crom Himam Darge Harime he up the Saya Rima Saya Him Dubragam Him from Mumupatwa Hasanang and Yaskromata Yiga Namarim Spassis Rasabam Sike Pasam Kavaki meaning 3 Pasa Chromas Repeti singing his books for here to be Murkanum Dipper Made Scurry Pinning Guati Deep Day Parasun, my father and Pisha Pam Yamika kind of summer coming up, Semika Pijami Pam Nadamika to Pomocrapidiam, Ayamika Yam, that's Famiam, Tarmika Yam, Tarnaki, Yam, Yam is a Pamika Subako Parapijam, Sumar Pam Samar Pam via the Gil, 3 Granas, Makarapam, Japam City, Patu made the Vipras, Adamis, Japamala, Mamal, Tromam, Bamale, Savata, Mampari, Tipas, Papam, Sabu, Kuruchi, Patro, Sobiram, Kateri, no Marinci. Yeah, Namaha. Ingen is ook graag om naar onze Korea's ortera barra zorra terse jiu manais kai nu tu me per tabet iskri pa bening hedi typical lor hekar kan dia me kai ko mer di morko hem dal per you paper per di shock for special force of monk like mar jorna ora borna borsia ning per diu mero my hari maniori bibi mer mi ren pir mors ni pan out boss ora borsia mer ber spi passa santerne siderne spiolor near Jorg von Saiba no Hompermain, Kap was Gununga and Grasborg, Bors near Borspome, Bior Beers, me call Marans Corpus or Scans of the Nasolor, Stena, Bars was Grun Nomro, Tis or Bord, Sortman, Seri Marar, Digger Kurhom, I mention Boo, short near VC Harbor, sorry, at the Martini, VC apartments at East or Snow Navy, Sewer for Sabi getting Kunjun, Ruxol, Copo Park Coach. No coming John Gon Pon Morkin had 2 of the John Dunker Dor Tan Korometel Jokers as Sarah Berry Beresword Home Horton Brubo Apollo Blue Horsing Pupu at that Dabo Mortan Gescopu Torco of Dewey Torti Tiobu Group or Blames Better Keys Fontor Gorley Wounds Prayer for more board summer shore a more short Jordan Heiming Kinchin Roxol and getting Go Parkat to push. The verskirji voor groot Trotovski Joe Brems or Break or Chom Slichum was Morsher or Bring Guru and Durin and Nor Parliament Lincoln Mongom Gorbo Boy Joe Blue Ship Durin like Big Horn Guru Courier Board Vikinga Neuros Borser Theomeosphere or Horki Perciò por smoke no burlungo hefo in origin look colum. Per Abraham embrace friend langier embrace pref der ruin mortin embrace mer orket treda patur to mogo tjela pela bix omnista de turin teneter ton brigatier ruin ugelendin et roma per twindurs and twindurs rig wars for week wars series is if you're two for your lin mon e glombo loon comfort to endure sin door rig war no series er two for your lin mon e glombo loon Royce Squirrel works week lot well Rosi Ros consir difficilie turisto corumberis nisir penitus curgis vial in the solentur disipsir corin dunus sorpensars vices startnar vis coris non difficilie sed possibly investigar de domine dos omnipotens occident aminus dominitrium in coris manur nis victoria constitutum nebellum contitur Propo me visio virtum femins tarame corpor sol del vortetrus mane servis arbedin marcum hel arbedin cum hel arbedin marc cum saxum saxorum in versum vortum oparum dadet bolum in quantum trico frog vormitrax troconis ni dum dere mordo dur ni durum din di manga shardena sharator mo shamo shamo zora ora sharmo selo neono truco vaspat vuto spielt in ve Ossiculnusci l'animo shiti curno orsi morcitum caustum cum osim paratum cablitum namritum ashashu kashatu kasharpani alini uberani ali yau stari sisu ali ameriam run sanaku indakula solo mushau ara martana lu di adu pur buntipi upurusu beavarstiti amortu Eli no busi ardi si armi la rabuti chima yara bari bitini dina dala da porsalam kasharti ya chai pishi au mistepishi ya ismasarati shurmushili pshuru chisha nuti pshal luisar luli shanushes luli sharingi pu ar martani murti ki mari kazluli ratu shari pushu shishvi ki mata dili sharmi go shari putu pishu lulu ko martusha sarasari naki buru animo shitum slamani ya rampagrita get some money ya na agrita get some money ya the agree to sing a lot of pira some money ni Steve agree to sing a lot of pira some money yaki max agrita get some money ya na kulari get to get some money ya na kolekari sadu pira some money ya na sur party to sing a lot of pira some money ya na be shadow data sadu pira some money ya and I just what I get to get Siringani capacity capacity learning capacity learning capacity coding capacity capacity in the shorim capacity can add a shorim capacity again do was like a capacity again into was like again into was like a sitting in a like capacity gonna measure a capacity again a marshare a capacity get on a marathon again like you go and get an marathon again and the compa Sirigishir Masaka Bahari guitar and Bolerma compositing get a bottle carticum carry and compositing getting good and getting get a nona de Haras Runakata carton in the compa sitting on a compositing get a key compositing get a rookie compositing and a book compositing get a stock compositing get a shamashu compositing get a pork compositing and Madu compositing and a neighbor dot compa at compositing get on a key compositing in a lot of compositing getting learning compositing getting in compositing getting in it about compositing get an unending get a mumu. Sulala surkitim sulala surges maskim sursiana compositing getting a local compositing getting a local compositing getting a people sharing compositing getting the mother Sinigaran nating karan ni compositing karan compositing karkia compaba para termata papa para dan keke nene asakara di murna tanam karas murna tadu dub surkur di murna tadala surkar di murna targitim suru di murna karasur gurdi murna hardingal su tiar di murna tadmi tambi ya tasbi ya bara da baresh kashati atu martu kashati chatu shai herni Om Hai Grivaria Namo Hum Visnarva Namo Kesavaria Namo Maru Sudhania Namo Govindaria Namo Pranakakia Namo Visafa Namo Sumbararia Namo Hararia Namo Madigaya Namo Sarvagisaria Namo Om Sarvararia Namo Sanadaria Namo Om Neradararia Namo Nerkararia Namo Nerasaria Namo Nerparavaria Namo Om Nerajanaria Namo Nisalakaria Namo Nitataria Namo Neramaria Namo Om Saran Maria Nama Om Saksina Namum Saranya Namum Savadaya Karya Namum Srimata Namologu Tisaya Namum Sivaria Namum Des Sarva Satapradaya Namum Veravarata Namum Veravarat Namum Veravajaya Namum Pratanaria Namum Panyaya Namum Punyatra Namum Punyaya Namum Punyakataria Namum Parapararia Namum Paramara Namum Paraya Namum Parasmart Namum Parasaria Namum Paragaria Namum Pararia Namum Savadamarkaria Namum Buruset Namum Paravarikara Paragaria Namum Sako paling sebagai yarta muniskalari yang sabas kerte nama umaras kana mana murtasari yang nama para yang nama peranar perusari yang nama besar yang nama sarana yang nama pada suara yang sadar yang tadhari yang situ kadhari yang nama cita mesra yang nama jaga maya yang nama jaga terhari yang nama jiwari yang jada yang nama jada sana yang nama capa pria yang nama capa suja yang nama Japa karte namo priya karte namo vibhave namo vimalaya namo viswaruparya namo viswarugotra namo virustaya namo virasrasvitaya namo saritarya namo kasanikararya namo Shri Pradaya namo Shruti Maryaya namo Shri Sampatarya namo Iswaraya namo Kasutarya namo Nananda Ruparya namo Prantarya namo Prita Patarya namo Tarya namo Ruparya namo Saksavarserta namo Umatama Hararya Manjana Saharya Namo Charine Namo Paranakan Sambaravarya Namo Janadarya Namo Varavarya Namo Yugine Namo Yogisarya Namo Saravada Kamardarya Namo Yugine Namo Maranarne Namo Umana Sarya Namo Srisam Namo Sarya Namo Brahma Sarya Namo Biskutre Namo Viraja Namo Saraswati Kadaskatya Namo Jara Mandala Yurtarya Namo Arti Matyan Tatarya Namahom Service Kaswararya Namahom Pranegor Gita Rupatya Namom Vera Pranar Karamarte Namaha Iti Sri Hai Griva Sutara Santana Mavali Omana Raya Namom Saya Namom Gadaya Namom Klub Garaya Namom Vikaramarya Namom Nevsitaria Namom Varavarabharya Namom Veravaraya Namahom Visupriya Namom Sudaya Namom Veramaria Namah Visadaraya Om Sasarya Om Satu Sidani Namo Saparamenti Karya Namo Marakandu Dayan Namo Mamikarya Namo Makana Sampadaya Namo Madasudaya Namo Marguru Parya Namo Pararya Namo Basukarya Namo Varabarakaya Nama Om Panakarya Namo Basaraniya Namo Basudapasaniya Namo Parabasitarya Namo Swaradine Namo Hom Tavadiya Namo Tamahararya Namo Dabikararya Namo Dadandararya Namo Kasapatamashaya Namo Kauruparya Namo Yuganda Parya Nama Yugana Daria Namoris, Vataria Nam Dauka, Kalaya Nam Kesapriya, Nam Visumbaria Nam Sakaparana, Yanamahum Sampalara, Yanamahum Sampupriya, Yanam Saranaya, Nam Pakasara, Nam Papanasani, Yanama, Umpramadia, Nam Prakandaria, Nam Pradaya, Nam Badi Visaya, Nam Braviskaria, Nam Saras, Nam Bragarana, Yanam Pabitra, Yanama. Sakaria Molokri Saya no Sibaria no Baravaya no Pananya no Mohandu Punya no Punyakataria no Parisaya no Parakaria no Miskara no Paradaya no Kutkaya no Saya no Jan Santaya Danharia Dada Maria no Savujaya no Sabakaria no Nersaya no Janaria no Mavataria no Saudaria no Savadaya Kaya no Janaya no Mavakaya no Vatu no Tamoharaya no Viswaraya no Mukanaya no Varia no Brahmakinine no Sakada Karaya no Chitu Kuraya no Jivaya no Jadaya no Tapapaya no Visadupaya no Virusradaya no Vera Sabsupia no Surya Pradaria Namo Pradaya Namo Visuparia Namo Kutaria Namo Taraya Namo Navasraya Namo Rahusaria Namo Persiankaria Namo Bayurupaya Risupaya Namo Salakuruparia Namo Skaraputaria Namo Rapatikaria Namo Sivramriari Karia Namo Pani Ravi Busaria Namo Nagandraya Namo Iti Sri Nagarvata Sutara Satan Namavali Nashor Scores Terios Kurish Mihri Parsian nos benedikan ser trucarcar morsiolor sian sjular sier credas sier sier Kärngal obresier mesien tur kurtier jesors de Christos ar eman ateran bershan spiore Nörmian tierne formatier tierne formati sur tu labridir tu svertier de grite tuar Kata duar in hanteer dan markan spior normal Christus et Dios angun rob dierna amindran diarium beracierte diamo shuil. So beracier mo shuil, naci beracier mia se mo now pure, se beracier no now pure, mer der nam sartur salor sier shuil, shuil lier per me. Hartje stare bule nuur kancher se nuur kancher se nuur birn serng siente sur siert na gier sier de siert na birna massa sur fieri la sar maar bir massa sur narati bir dar sias bur eserch para cardiera fiora voors fiora tierta fiora ni ser adorni crures cror ver pienen trure croner mergus nor bienur mian suren crur gerus an buren ture nia se domo show saint and that dira magus and spior nero nera barbier no era crori blas marciori mea ser gusol castur ne pernes leon pene gus morbi fiur urur erbirti erdi por now de gus per now ser pium ser gusol castur ne pernes leon pen cara chica lendi tatapatina sangita caravo muda pieri nadi vadana kamalas vadamarupa Ramasambo Brahmara Parti Kana Sarchita Paro Jagannath Varmi Naina Batkami Bavartu Me Borges Are de Verdnum Serasi Siki Parinchan Katitate Puruam Nutrantasa Chakra Kara Karsar Piradate Saras Remata Varna Varsartili La Parichario Jagannath Swami Naina Batkami Bavartu Men Mahar Bordes Yarte Kanakaro Chiarteni Lasikar Dedvasan Prasadan Tata Sarajat Palabadura na Balalina Sutabadan Maria Sarhakala Sorta Seva Vasaratru Jangan Swami Naina Patikami Bavartu Me Korpoka Varsarjala Jarata Sunora Chierdo Ramada Varni Ramas Foradamala Pankoru Marka Sorindrandre Yasruti Karna Sikai Gita Charito Jangan Swami Naina Patikami Bavartu Me Ratrudo Gachan Partimirta Bordere Vapartar Leisruti Prador Barbam Pratiparam Kapakarnya Sararya Dasain Dorda Sakala Jagar Tad Sindustak Yajagana Swami Naina Patkami Vavatu Me Parapapirda Kuvalaya Kualana Yorni Marsni Ladroni Dajarano Nanan Narsarasi Rasaran Nordar Sarasa Vapor Rinkarna Sarku Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Vavatu Mena Vyachera Jamna Charkarka Marike Vibhava Manayarche Yarakan Niki Lanjana Karim yang parar bardum Sara Kalap Kalap Prasad Partina Keda Charito Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Vavatu Me Harat Vam Samsaram Drutarat Mardam Saram Saparte Harad Vampapar Lampitati Maparam Piara Vaparte Ahordina Natan Ni Charano Nisi Charamer Tam Jagana Swami Naina Patikami Bavartu Me Jagannath Strakam Purnyam Yaparte Prayar Tasosir Sarvar Papa Visur Dharma Visnu Lord Kamsar Garchar Tirti Sri Matsankara Charya Virachar Tam Jagannath Strakam Sampurnam Brahmamora Visorachita Lingum Nirmala Bisa Sorapita Lingum Janma Sharduka Vena Sarka Vena Sana Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Muni Kalavarshita Lingum Kamarana Karana Kara Lingum Ravana Dapa Vena Sana Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Surganta Sulapite Lingum Bori Vivarana Karana Lingum Sira Sora Sora Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Kanakamahamani Suborsir Lingum Pari Pari Vestita Sobita Lingum Taxasus Yorsana Verasana Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Kun Kumacharandana Lepita Lingum Pankar Kasha Karaso Sopita Lingum Sanchira Papa Venasana Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Devakira Savira Lingum Bavaira Paravasha Lingum Dinakarakuri Prabhakara Lingum Tapamama Sarasiva Lingum Asatalo Pave Verstita Lingum Sarvasara Bhara Karana Lingum Sarira Vena Sadalingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sora Guru Sora Vara Korojita Lingum Sora Vana Pushpasara Chita Lingum Param Paramam Paramaka Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Lingasaka Meram Puryam Ya Patasiva Sarido Siva Lokamavno Kiser Vina Saha Mordar De Nataraja Narthana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankar Nataraja Kadamba Kadana Priyam Sirambaya Vihari Namana Borkamagu Pita Svarim Balalona Surkam Saram Barkamakaratanam Saram Borvari Nidari Nam Rambusha Jaga Gurum Siram Bambibavar Yes Samasta Bata Sanas Vahasabada Karnam Pasar Karti Bebavar Nerasa Jara Partam Haraskar Star Murti Sarar Nam Sir Star Kandramaranam Rambo jaga geram siram baram vibavar ye jarekerti tamardir tam nita lalakara tam parekerta staritar tam parateran pankana parnam not a gavar baba barnam kortatra pasadarinam Rambo jaga geram simaram vibavar ye koranga sabasoraditam seram karjana narsitum Parangkana bekarar nam perangkara gara certam parangkara tanakam parangkara katra karmar param boja jaga guram siram param viva varya manda barga bacaram sumanda hasasam murkam sumanda mandagam mini garindra kanikyar darlam samambam mam daluta mabarda marani nur Parambuja Jaga Goram Siram Param Viva Varye Karindra Kamavasa Saram Karindra Kaparayanam Surindra Murtya Purijitam Kagindra Vahara Priyam Mahindra Burkusor Shwalam Nagindra Jivala Staram Parambuja Jaga Goram Siram Param Viva Varye Malaparayanti Tarte Sara Vela Sakare Nam Pararisa Bajar Nam Lalamaru Karna belasa panendra harinam shala trisula darinam paramboja jagoram siram param vibapari sasaka banu vihutra vrajita trilokartna visalabasasa samsura garbasura darmaritam dekambara sarava haram brarar paratram vertam Paramboja jaga gorum siram param vibapari saratarangka sajano kapapar sankare sana semaranta Yohedara Jaratna Lisik Sana Vikasala Seram Parakya Sakoru Swaru Permer Ya Butale Siram Parke Sarkoru Rinam Sara Visala Sirnam Murala Karti Yasar Kurtso Pamam Masam Saravasa Tarayandi Hari Priya Taranana Vera Priya Nakaniskala Jaga Guru Ranugrahari Sri Siram Baraka Kamarastu Om Charavana Baba Yarnamaha Om Taporshariya Devirmahi Mahasernariya Dir Mahitano Skanda Prachudaya Dom Skandaria Karikeri Yar Travarti Priyar Nandanarya Charmahadeva Kumara Yasubra Bamivyarte Namaha Agasyo Vacha Namostu Bandarak Barandadiyar Padara Vidarya Surha Karayar Sarana Nariyar Nirta Vikrama Gari Hardananda Sarmat Barba Namostructur Yam Pranata 300 Katre Samastarsia Mano Ratarnam Ratarnam Paratara Karsia Andre Prankandasura Kara Kasia Mortaria Sahasura Mortaria Gararia Goraria para pararia Namostutur Diams Eva Hanaria Namostur Tempura Marvera Tampararia Gambararia Barasar Stitaria Haranya Varnaria Haranya Barbaria Namo Haranya Haranya Terse Tapas Pariyata Or Tarariata Par Palanam Prati Para Karya Sara Kumoraria Emor Merne Trinkrais Boraria Viragia Namana Mustuto Biam Soraja Marne Vibrupra Sorari Katlanta Patari Kataria Palade Kabala Para Kramaria San Mantur Yala Mana Toraria Miru Sarme Yor Taramiandur Senamon Amortanam Patadia Canaria Namos Turte Jan Marjara Ticaria Namos Vixicaria Sorsarti Panaria Salavarcia Natarcia Comora Caralia Cron Cararia Tara Carmora Carias Viheria Gagia Carcaria Selveria Turbarian Sarada Namos Turitis Riscande Mahaporanes Carne Pancavisar Merti Charmojaria Sri Carquia Star Skadu baca igu isfaro mahasena karikiyu karen darana skanda kumodo serna ispami sengkar san barba kalinke yastarma merkudat pramakare isiki warta carakari roma buro kuron garisya saranan sabda brahma sarmur donaska sira sarvaras baltul gula sara kumur bargavan borgamur safala prada sora jarma Gana diksa por varjol murti morgur sarvarga marga planeta karn valancita tratra pratar sarna astavim sarti marni yar pote pratior sesradar yar yutor murku vargas partir ba ver mahamantrai mahayarni amanar marnur tarnam Mahaprajna Mavnoti Natra Korya Vikarana Yeti Sri Rudra Yamale Prajna Vivardhana Karyam Srimat Karkeya Stotram Narara Uvacha Pranarma Sarasa Devam Gariputram Venayarakam Bhaktavasyam Smorinti Yadamarsir Karmartas Ya Pratharmam Pakor Turdanam Charakar Dantam Dvirikam Tritirikam Kursatin Gariksam Gadjaravartram Katurtarkam Lambu Rambacharmam Chasatam Vikartar Nirvachar Satarmam Vigatarajarnam Chadu Maravarnam Tatasarmam Narvarmam Balachandram Charasarmam tu Virayarkam Ekara Samgana Partim Vara Samtu Nam Vara Sartarni Narmarni Prisidam Yapathasa Nara Dachar Vernardiam Tarsia Sarvasi Edikaram Param Vidyarte Labarte Viryam Darati Labarte Daram Parati Labate Putran Moksarte Labate Gartin Joktar Kanat Stotram Sabya Rama Sarpalanda Bed Samvat Serna Serdin Chalabate Nantras Sarya Sardio Brahma Nardias Chalikirva Yasamokwaria Tarsya Virya Barvetor Vaganesasya Prasarata Iti Sri Narara Porane Sankastanana Sarnam Nar Marganes Stortram Advaitarvas Tarma Marti Pranamarjala Ram Sampalan Yadurtarbar Narmarhi Samruparam Prakalardos Pasanaratam Praterkaravarsam Devamurda Karnavina Varmi Kurvasam Mudrom Natam Navarkanatarvar Prakarsalasya Dianmasir Snu Everbor Ver Torasian Yatsrambar Normitnam Mahavisnu Varksopi Dararnam Yaska Dam Tamorantum Satrorapi Korunardim Narahari Varhus Mamitam Visnum Yuripu Hardias Tirtarajar Sad Gurnarni Vasarnisiana Korajal Grai Arte Yastam Varande Praladar Porvardiar Nikiar Maham Pralardam Pranamarjana Parter Korvanti Divisardo Yarni Praladar Pordarn Sitram Kurtar Narmarni Yastar Maham Saran Dindur Kurdaria Valam Korajala Pravitara Sora Disam Korana Borjara Tavrakyam Tarasari Varatam Prakurvan harniande murkena rudrobo pusakas ronia sengkan kanartam prakarti korosi biariasia korto biara tanir biarkio prasior samsariar bur titi singiri jago guru Sri Sandarnas Des Vabhav Simhar Bharati Swambi Virasirtam Sri Nirsimha Satarkum Jing Shin Shin Cho Tai Shin Teng Shin Yin Bang Wu Ting Wu Shi Bor Ming Bor Ning Hor Shen Shi Hu Shin Shin and Ning Shan Hu Nyong Ju Pu Wur Sang King Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Kor Shin Shur Don Jun Kor Shin Hu Hui Chủ phiên sẽ xin dừng lên thor minh yang xin lor kinh chỉ xin hỗ trợ vừa xin hỗ bên cả xin xin đã yon linh vô tung đi xin linh nhẹ đỡ kia xin hỗ chỉ ru li linh xin yo bol tiên chu nan wei xin jing di si hong bu song shon minh kinh rong bai wo ro xiong Fornium sur sur wo ser we origin si zero ling an tourism sur yon sier gen or to wandling bo turu sier one to di sierling pusu sier yor sier pore wang sin origin sing so nerway jinking garan pang way ber sur tan ting der sing yor ming yor sier jeng sur di der or yor jeng play sing jern di Chen Jordan die Jaren die pension dong jong ju horing sin ter jong papeng wer sin si wor si hangling bor for min por Jordan garn lor dar na don tong tar jong Jan yor for zer dor ren sarkori wan ger sin chen jor yan si yor ben zer jong I ben jar nen nan sheng we beher she war more wang so she we was your short what is your chan door ki chan kun ji your ling chon sin short and di short one ki ben gen one short one je jing wo shin tong shan je ne we do do you fu yu jing gong show wo shen shi ji wo jian ding chỉ bộ wen bộ lộ thiên địa yên chỗ con xiên san sẽ quay vua thì sẽ quay quan xiên cho lý gì sẽ lại thành quay yếu san đạo rằng quay vọng xiên nếu dù phải lấy lại xiên yên mình tôi hỏi cho xiên vua kia tình tình chân chuẩn chuẩn chuẩn不胡显人只就如零修小人先修流有先修先下下人学人下人个如有路线公的可能下人旁下人陪人学人领选管顾，接着就天气接入领选大修，而且是修下学而而且或不放或的是详细有。天津火灵人南北内学一家东江西有学灵不用西乡中，现完蛋不就就给有的明明给我整给您一些干线路，那个不有名下有来有些乡先多。Namo hela dara dola ya namo wali ya pulur jir sho bolaya portisa buporia mugia sa do poria mugia jar lorni jar yel hong sapola parsi sura lor dar jar namo jar lir por yar mingalier polo jiri shi polan tor porna Molola genci sili mor her por sar mirsa poatar do Cervingashi yorn sar posadona mor spor sar dolna mor porque mo parte dodat sirtar onga polor logia dir jar lordi ergir li mohe porti sar dor sapo sapor mola moji morgir li tol Julu Germeng dulu farshe yadi mohe farshe yadi pola di ni pola jela mopa mola morili na la shen pola sheri di farshar farshen pola sheri hulu mola hulu li shu la Siri shulu putia murdi li lola genci dir na por yer mor na sor po hesituia so pohe mor hesitor yer so poher gil tor yuri shir po laya so pohe lola genci shu pohe mohalo lola shor porte Sila sengamo ter sol porte sopo morter gitor yer sopo hejafli sila hasitor yer so pohe portor morger sier tor yer sopo kedlor lagenci pokelarie sopo ken mor poklis chen sherie sia sopo heran mor helar dardo la yena moali yer
apologia di shopura yesu pohe hongia dan du mandorla ye bortor yesu porke bore bolo mirdor jinjing ujishai pusha jingshen bore bolor miru shi sharan jan uri yoran jer kong du yik share li shi share bo yer share kong bori share kong share shor yong jing shi boro share li shi for sha par kong jong borsing bor mer bor jing Pushing Borjan Shi Kuku Jong Worshir Worshor Jing Jong Shi Worian or Bisha Shan Shi Worsher Sheng Xiang where Shu Fa Wor Yanjer Najir Wori Shi Sher Wor Wu Nian Yu Wor Ning Jer Najir Woro Shi Yi Wor Leo Sher Jer Wor Kor Jer Mer Deri Wor Shi Yi Wor Deri Wor Shor De Kukurti Sar Tori Yi Wor Rebel Lord Mir Wor Jor Shen Wor Ko Hai Wor Ko Hai your combo, your lady and your man, young Jordan, and Hansen Sierra Joe, your rebel lord, man, Dorgo de Arta, Lord, Nasar, your son, Porti, Kushi Bora Bol, Lorni Toro, Shem Tarashen, Georgie Darning, George Wushan Joe. She would think sure name, sure yer care, cushion, she shared a bor, your course, sure bor, all lord me, Jori share dear is dear Lord share dear Lord se Yorti sapor he namo foto yamano darmo yanamo senkiere namo bonji jaco shamo jura by jen jer dar jitu ajor jer la padi sher dorni mohebor derni Lulu dice ya shola harchi shari hong basha he nan botan mo jerdu mo ni shola hong an balar tor bordan ni hong na porsan man dor mo tor nan na bolari her dor sher sola nan dar jitu dan keshi hong hong ru la bola ru la dice jar Li Shirley Shopoja Shanti Shirley Yisho Wahe Namo to Yanamo Yer Namo Senke Yar Jiri Hulu Lu Shirdu Shirley Bor Shardali Boluli Sho Wahe Nomo Parkyawadi Pala Mirda Ayolina Sorini Shirda Der Shorlaje Yarata Gerdaya Hala Hertanmo Sandur Bardar Yarani Yarta San Sali Bar Sangisi Geli Balishur Dala Madi Gerna Sama War Gerti Shaba Wardi or Shuri Mahina Yer Pali Wali Shur Yenamu Bor Kier Parti Pisha Sharon Julu Pier Gluri Pola Por Hella Sher Yerta Torje Dor Yera Lar Her Di Sarnio San Motor Yerta Jito Korna Pier Shar Ship Shar Pier Shar Sanmo Jarada Surke Ongamar nearby me hong magani yana giardorte, parada gerte, giarnarwe, dadikersa orvor, tar burli girakier, now bulana, na burlier der baran, nar normal, lord Joshua yer, soheli pulli, poli herkio, herki tur lord in near the Lardi near dear Muricari Cadisian Lincadi Namo Door Poriador Tor Tierto Yado dear year to nearly do for the merely Dorisi done Popia merely door Piajanian dear merely Dortijar Tianto Camini care can nourish it all jarly so can namo for namo da more namo sering can namo mo di piatanani yet polo boroli or polo lori sherli san mantora stars share giner mohe pier he lor candy shan man porsio boroli Pulidor Halindor Amor Dimo, Happy Corbiti, Mohemili Hair Lorbor, Senkadi, Shirdi, Shishan, Kishi Deer, Samantura, Tor, Norpol, Lorni, Churtian, Yarn Yan Rechang, Puatian Jun Leo, Uyor, Torn Chon, Shun, Shi Yor Shon. Should me share mean can you wait your time? Do you bearing Sheng or one word your way yearly full shore shares in your home hung ching share shen yishi beer shen yen yen hang lar fu yishi shi beer shan yan hing ching ching your sure ya me good night. Te he ye ya yo gichi mani tu koko miki sumo poko wa te he ye ya yo gichi mani koko miki sumo poko wa ki warning sista mi stara ki he yo arna he yo arna he yo te aria to rabi ai gina he yo te atarabi ai gina he yo te ator hartadi won gina hini yo te ator hartadi won gina hini yo Yahi Univahu, he Univahu, he Univahu, Yahi Hu Nia Ninar, Henena, Hiyahi Nahi Nina, he Univahu, Yahi Univahi, Yahenerna, Yani Sini Hawana, Yani Sini Hawana, Hini Swabirakini, Hini Swabirakini. Ni nini tubi na ho hu ni nini tubi na ho hu warasina no ho hu warasina no ho hu ni himasi asi sing ni himasi asi si om nariyana virmahe vasudevariya di mahi thano vishnu prachaya dom bidya putana ya virmahe vasudevariya di mahi thana krishna prachaya dom tat porshari virmahe samasrakshari ya mahadevariya di mahi thano rupra prachaya dom kananda ya virmahe vasudevariya di mahi thano danti prachaya dom khati ya virmahe kan ya komor ya di mahi thano durga prachaya Bhaktiya cha virmahe vikama rajari yamai devi prachudaya to mahe devariya cha virmahe vishnu prajna charti mahi tanu rashmi prachudaya और minyor stjerningen gatortando testan timorchnam sir tri bas oring cointier trias darn doiter tier search torna tarsidam toruntir ninchole mercie fun chori ki lori gasrinin lurning Asgard modu or shieldom the asnim the baskor basin or munir bagnia naba nad berbam serban doilin nar ster findruni ferbavor ter morich rosortar morlech romortar mornorni bella mollech ninti baskor fetch roar fiertar morter Nimrod Bonat Theodochlin Dadur Durgas Nadur Durchlin Nimlan Dartur Nakure Baragur Rebiordindum Theortur Namsia Deo Rigernian Urle Arminiur Sienachir Sham Sier Dracono Tirminasia Te Ford Brunni Gors Nabir Tir Morser Charndale Dulitur Gelam El Ansurs Del om lialo ad moram sin search marner propor dark set brand dark search set dev or ear kota gur kuku mole sa robera tin spirito noi form sa domine asoluster hiru asoluster domine asoluster pana asoluster domine asoluster krishna asoluster domine asoluster tur asoluster super papalum turum domine benedictua tua Arteheye yayo arteheye yayo arteheyelo need to me sheila when you get a kick it yayo need to me sheila when you get a kick it yayo arteheyelo need a kuye when you get a kick it yayo need a kuye when you get a kick it yayo arteheyo mi chinchi nante mayorse arteheyelo ni chikarki kerin chikarki kete arteheyelo Chanon pawanchi charon pawanchi charupi arteheyelo chayari pikata chayari pikata arteheyelo hetuar chehe or charing ho hetuar chehe or charing ho unko kile chaya heo o unko kile chaya heo o arte ye hey yellow, arte ye hey yellow, one night yard money ye, one night yard money ye, Tatanka one money ye, arte hey yellow, arte hey yellow. Let your meal can lo yo yo yo. Let your meal can lo yo yo yo. Takumaki charikayera maita wari lo yo yo. Takumaki charikayera maita wari lo yo 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 arte hey yo lo yo 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 arte hey yo lo yo 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 ya yo 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 ya yo 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 min ching shi yi te wakila che yi ya min ching shi yi te wakila che yi ya o ye te ya ini charikar pikata che yi ya o ya te ya ini charikar pikata che yi ya arte ye hey ye lo arte ye hey ye lo har ye ya yo yo har ye ya yo yo Milakin Yumichi Arna Milakin Yumichi Arna Waka Blakete ye Waka Blakete ye Onchi hey yellow yo yo onchi hey yellow yo yo puya chini wasa waka gin kerte puya chini wasa waka gin kerte onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yellow yo le ha ya hey ye la ha ye hey ye Kangio ya ro ya te ye chaya un welo kangia o ya te ye chaya un welo ni ya te ye ya o ni ya te ye o ye one bali galeshka one ya ni hi o we one bali galeshka one naria ni hi o we mio kan kin one laki ye mio kan kin one laki ye henam one laki henam one laki hai ye ha ye ha yeah 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 min ching shi mi ra wa ya min ching shi mi ra wa ya te he we te he we te he we lo te he he we lo ya ni piketa ya we lo ya ni piketa ya we lo wasa wakin kita wasa wakin kita ye let ya 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 boy ya let ya boy hey yellow hey yellow eta hey yellow ate hey yellow ate let maku we ate let maku we pero one yan maku we pero one yan maku we ara maku we ara maku we ina he ku mi su kala che ye ara o marni ye mi su kala che ye o marni ye ina he ku wo ina he ku wa na wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi raziba michuye unchi raziba michuye arte hey yellow arte yellow erkin yanka gadi ye kian yanka gadi ya wala chi ya wana sapiketa he yara pilo wala chi ya wana sapiketa he yara pilo wani kerti er kagari yo gani kerti kagari yo arte yo mi ya wan marian kari yo mi ya wan marian kari yo Kangio yarte wan chan ku kwar kari lord kangio yarte Warren charang ku war kai yellow yani pikite char yani pikite chakola yellow magasito mani yano kiyo yate okiyo wan bali yo yate wan hoshi yellow ate yellow maka wan chai okiyo better one Tarikinu ye kangi uyate one hoshi ye yellow ate yellow Lina waka gotcha ate yellow gali pinon waka gotcha ate yellow charo pachi waka gotcha ate yellow Mio kan kin chichuche yellow gali kinyari kate yellow so mi char min chin shirita hiena kupia mi chin shirita hiena kupia mao corchia one wash te ayara gali di karte arte yelo warna vi chershka arte der warna vi chershka arte ye viurta or marni Gatano Kordian Wargin Kete Korean Wargin Kete arte michuria wargin gadit Mihuchi Yawan Gete Michuria Ahiya Wasawatin Kite Wasawatin Kite Ahiya Wasawatin Kite Han Pawachige, Han Pawachige, Tewakila Lahe, Tewakila Lahe, one billion Chala, Hakarie Lo, Windani Chala, Hakarie Lo, Tokiche, one Windele Kinkata, Tokiche, one Windin Kinkata, Ni Hun Kun Halo, Ni Hun Kun Halo, Wakan Yarning Kinkate, Wakan Yaning Kan Kinkate. Changelishka one Luzani and Kinkate, Changelishka one Luzani Kinikate, one Yargupo, one work at the Halo. Nešraiki sordan pesutin atru rasara nuja kapru shara nembe rusha sakubu kinjarar katem septenem nebetu thinking Japan muru nebswa mari bashara encourages and manage barrage totem sutin minkinu nek percentative kemnu nebu nebsu competent rice I on utoi in buara tapsanu observe and podna trans min mahachati yoros neptic gamaramutu ne data pepatas and brought ramish set up mahita auto tamara pekabeders not put get out of the data item Tapizapsingati Maharana Jui, our shoppers come to Wasingati Mahila, Juti, Debrem Kaputu, Tanakaru, Medapra, Riper, Sarapani, Amasus, Sapi, Sarwapi, Mori, Timarkap, Grom, Corsical, Raro Mukuti, Haru, Hammer, Major, and Depedru, Herum, and Eru, Degutadan, Pu Hero, Ebenu, Hero, Choice, I circuit, you get and these months, Vero, the Kinkanum, Smams, were more effective. Give candy passage up and voice or communicate Kim use a can use and metus and get to do but two easy kunishes and Sarah para the paramekism to commit shoot if you shoot up skirt up and we in nest and I said in another caravan with the road scanning but I said to have naked the couldn't get in Nabu dominating has from Petter and then Sharaki Dormish or Seven or Pen that on the papa wap them Kim Petting Boyer Baba Wabble in that view of a boy that had sacked him. Presu second toy and view that second mass of depas report mass to us and was a segment head but ice couldn't push it any secret subsort packers secretament cemented to the king music service and capacity some madam that have to set up in a shop at the guide pet to the horror the madam this bob case question of courteous bombs and up on me and you to have the minimum to Paris semi Kamisha Kerunek and Sada Kadu Basti Five Tade Kermented on the Navarasa Nababu in Aptemtim Sapari Mabuturi him never have cautious step on it, never had the W, Nepetitas Minment to the Kabushi Kabu, Mayor Motor Bishop Commission, Patterson, and never Japanese Patterson, the neck and then terror and kept him in the terror, chemist to market them to them, the skinnet to never to Thomas Sushi, Kachin rather than letting the upset to names in any short and go like. Skim curry poi kem shani mccorpu shani shani mi yan chenu mutabe tiro I go up to it no kekis me what sick my go nephew or pati sick patatum segna sege at the end of the jour yon episode to my koshu would touch your neck when hen no pum ni pu son ke gatum tatek ni new pu pomni sorti shurti or no tum new pu I make a sanani pu wabu the and get in my in japan and heri church of the mo but in yaman ko to dominic into it and to me to connect the for the new but Ramadan Padi to woman head, so you can run you are me to one penamara on the head, talking set the Padina Marathon can you as you like no net the Padium system you come by hold them at the order of some sec. Mohammed Radio, new size, so Baraka take message to never in the beginning, your neck get into neck for a second never them never in already publishing of Chaka of Kantuk Sheshak Toy, Salakamas have never wacky also of them hold of the also of them hold of them, potty as you potty to be much try to take some to move to throw on them. You couldn't put them in usually put them couldn't tell you and Amazon Bobby Manek for an amnet to somebody taught them sick of them about what I'm said that you know like a musical show about that good but they are I should put them the practice what they can do the query from the Tara back to I neck to you. Kubislukuraj toy and come to of two number awesome and doing in pet. My room and my music by Musum Petrus and I take Natri Taptek Pronomuda Karatan Sriki Ukamau and Ekapran and my Susu to do a prank and would definitely noble not to take case with this and the neck you open and set in the neck time of void Natali TM taking me pet and German Hennes or Henux, I gave the jury names Skedemagoy and Canem Jet. Unetriwan heritage mes draft to Peshat and Unek Peshaneshak New Cap War and Eptomami Masrud was a Taminic Winap and Sharakron Shuruki. Ariadit Kamamun Kensakaru Tapan to Mudamin Pros on the wrong American office and Ekamisha Ketu Nerubush Rakanamish Subakab Kanikarin, but I going to use good skeptical topic now, shot up of neck and injured you. I said to what happened up in the wash up for washness or wash. I have some mind room as and seeking good and he said. Gadison Peramuison and Jabarini, setting on Kabram Capri, Caperna, Cabaruna, Munke, Cabrasha, Caperimpanam, Panam, Mutanam, yes, Urnaha, and Canatan Bans and Kabiri order than but Kabiri, like a baby mare to a huge laser, Sabi Watuna, Nabai. The Balfrasiana Coronani, set a wattage of his deep second and pandemic use deep. Differences are to move it to the curtain Maru, Amanis, and Ned, Yakan, Bugras, Ru, to Almom, and Skidifan, Kinamaru, Omnus, and soon if there is going to go up, quack, Wabek, or making kick at an arrow on the cut, set us the canograph at Catkition in H. Everybody got it. Sorry, Kabiri Kaminabatu, and the bike and be a dynamite to wall nation, but they kick at it, Nicky was a modern Semitic you at the second summit to make use, are and Kabin and Minus and Cassin and Nisa, but mechanic. Akuakara, Joronura, Cooperabatura, Baracada, Perchadin, Savico, making Magori, Kishka, Patakan, and Shunati, and Patanati, Nepin, and Rumis, and the to a new DF Sumuni, Pomansi, Capasan, Deficit, and Geralcha, Office Cat of the Steppers of South, Satin, and Capri was soon give away, Capon, the Rapper, and after in up a plant through EMS. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchant that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compa, Ziara Compa, Newt, Gib, Newt. Kipra, tuma, kansu, or simtok shabu banansham to wina, I or simtok shabu banansham to wina, I or simtok shabu banansham to wina, I abrata. Well, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Gosh, been hanging out for like 2 hours and I haven't even said hello. Hello, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I hope your day gets better. How about that? Let's adjust that just a little bit. I hope your day winds up turning to be an excellent day. Very good day. If you have never joined us before, essentially those are blessings. Those are all blessings. Those are all very, very good, healthy blessings in a multitude of ways. We'll share one of them today. Yeah, I got a couple of them actually. Got one over here. It's interesting
Because you got Set, and you got Ra, you got like this crazy chaos. And then you got like all this order and goodness. Two complete, seemingly different individuals. But they are brothers. Like even the story, even the account, ancient account, going back, talks about like Ptah, Hikoptera, like before Ra, like the original father form, the original granddaddy form. Like he had a brother essentially. Like here was an opposite energy of him in existence. As much as there was like the father of creation, there was this other like being that existed, and they didn't necessarily go around creating anything. One creates, one destroys. That makes me think of that makes me connect with my own personal experience with my mom, where it's like throughout my life I'd see my mom, and especially after she passed away, and then like I think about her and stuff, and then like if there was a bad quality or a bad trait, well, like I'll leave that out, but I'll keep the good ability. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll keep the solid, but I'll push the bad to I'm not gonna keep that. So for myself, I go around collecting good things, and the bad things, I got a basket with a hole in it, and I just for that basket. It doesn't stay with me. Just get rid of it, and that's very much like if one it'd be correlating to Pan, Peter Pan, where he's playing with his shadow. His shadow is all what everything we don't talk about to ourselves, all the trauma, all that junk. That's that world, all the stuff we don't want to be. It exists in the darkness. So, like, I see a coin, then you have Ra. We're bringing this all the way from there, all the way to, you got Ra and his brother Set, and Set comes up, and he's like the opposite of Ra. Ra's are like, it's all good, like, all the world and everything, and then, like, fucking Set comes here, all well, and kills his brother. They're brothers. They're brothers. And the bad dude kills his brother. And then the bad dude takes and he runs the freaking country. And then everybody in Egypt and commits like, oh, life sucks, right? Kind of like we are now. And then like so here's the story. We're not talking about anything out there. We're talking about everything in here. Yeah, yes. Follow it. Okay. So we grow up in life and we do a lot of good stuff, right? We do a lot of dumb stuff, right? And then we have a subconsciousness, and the subconscious is like, I don't care to know about it. I get rid of it. I'm gonna live my life. All right. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay. Yeah, shadow work. You can look up shadow work. And so boom. And so all of that existence is there. It didn't get trashed. It's still there. And so the idea of Ptah, of Ra in his ethereal form, going around a planet, fighting off a Pep, this evil serpent, this evil darkness, every single day, allowed the world to be at peace. So what I see happening is the divine father's ultimate existence ultimately boils down into canceling himself out. He cancels his existence out so that everybody else can live. Because if Ra doesn't go and fight a Pep, then if a Pep, it's not a physical entity. A Pep, it gets inside of people and the actions come out. It's always balance. There's never complete destruction. There's always balance to some regard. I can't recall whether this connects back to Egyptian or a book I read or something I received in my head. Honestly, I can't remember, but it's true. I know it's true. It's in my true basket. I know it's just realer than a mug. I experienced like, well, I can't say experience, but it's true. It's freaking true. It's in my true basket. And this is a reality, okay? This is a reality of shamanic spiritual work, okay? Like, so there's this story. There's this story to some effect, and essentially what wound up happening was the great evil threat had to be like taken out, right? And so like the god or the divine or whoever goes to take out the threat, they nobody can kill the threat. It's unkillable. It's like you can't exit out of existence. All you can do is battle it and keep it away from life. Battle it over there and keep it away, keep it distracted from life, essentially, because it's going to destroy life and this energy, this resonance, destruction, pure on destruction. Sound familiar with our past condition, you know, kind of how people are today. Anyways, and so Ra goes up and he essentially takes out a pep every day. And if that's his brother, if that's his other self, then that's a cancellation of his own existence. So the rest of the world can live. Now, this is how it comes to you. This is that shadow. It's the shadow. We have our shadow. And there's a lot of things about ourselves we didn't like. And what happened in our past is we didn't talk to that shadow. We didn't do anything with it. We completely ignored it. Subconscious, below the water. We on our boat. We looking up above. We don't got submarine. We ain't looking below. We above. We're above. And so over the course of many years around the world, people allow the shadow, the set, the chaos within thyself to rise into a position that everything else submitted. The truth submitted to lies. Order submitted to chaos. Set took his throne, not just of a country, but of every single being in this world. That the pep, that chaos, that unknowingness, complete unknowingness of not working with it at all. And so for each one of us, when we allow Ra, when we allow the light, when we allow that truth to shine, the darkness is defeated in that moment. It can't stand. It knows for the rest of my day, shoot, go ahead and jump up. You ain't got a chance. I mean, do I need to focus my mind for 4 straight hours? Shoot, I'll do it again if I need to, but I'm gonna keep my happy and my good. Let me lift you guys up. I'll let y'all down there. Tick tock. There we go. Boom, boom. Give that just a quick check. And so going back to that story, the individual, the divine that goes and they fight off that chaos, you're never able to defeat it. But because they're contending with it so much, that's what they wind up becoming. They have to hold the energy because ultimately that dark energy, that chaos, it was pure at once. It was part of the whole. It was part of the self, and just as much needs healing, just like any other person or thing in existence. And so, truly, to in a context of when, it would be more like a stalemate in which you're able to have your dark and your light, your chaos and your order, and yet neither one of them is so controlling that it ruins your life. You could put so much good stuff in the world where it doesn't allow anybody growth, it becomes controlling. We have to do it this way. That's the only way. This is the way it works best. You can't do it any other way. So that it can change the scope of things. And being able to come to peace within oneself, well, that's where the riches are. There is another portion. I don't know if the person is here. Gosh, I forget your. It's a tag name, but they asked for an explanation. They asked for a translation of uh, of some of the of some of the stuff. They not just a translation. Asked for the sources of it, but I do have some. I'm totally happy to share, and I do have available with the translation right here. Got a couple of them we can share actually. I found one already. I'm gonna see if I find the other one here. Ah, there it is. Found it. Woo woo. Gotta make sure and put my stuff away first. I didn't put these away because I wanted some coffee and stuff. So I started messing with that. Mister, what are you doing? Nothing. Look backwards. That's okay. I'll figure it out. There we go. Woo. I got it. I'm just a little kid, mister. But that is really what happens. A lot of us. That's why I see what we were living in was the age of set. Because he's the one that won in everybody's heart for the majority of the world. That's why it is the way it is. So, really, it's not a person that I contend with. It's an energy, it's an essence. And that essence coming out of one person is evidence that it's still fighting on this world, that it's still active in this world. Because that's one of its teeth. That's all. Knocked a tooth out, it ain't part of that body no more. Still a tooth, still everything it was. people have been plugged into their sources. And that's why I read over the things that I read over. Okay. So there's one that I read over. And it's towards the end. And it starts out with like, I'm not going to read it all in its other language, but it's that one. And I'll read the full translation here for you right now. This is the part that we read over. It says, I invoke the daughters of the sea who fashion the threads of the sons of long life. May the deaths be taken from me. May 3 periods of age be granted to me. May 7 waves of good fortune be dealt to me. Phantoms shall not harm me on my journey. In flashing corslet without hindrance, my fame shall not perish. Let old age come to me. Death shall not come to me till old age. I invoke the silver champion who has not died, who will not die. May a time be granted to me of my quality of white bronze. May my double be slain. May my right be maintained. May my strength be increased. My grave shall not be ready. Death shall not come to me on an expedition. May my journey be carried out. The headless otter shall not seize me, nor the hard gray worm, nor the headless black shaper. Neither thief shall harm me, nor band of women, nor band of armed men. Let increase of time come to me from the King of the universe. I invoke Sanak of the 7 periods of time, whom fairy women have reared on the breasts of plenty. May my 7 candles not be extinguished. I am an indestructible stronghold. I am an unshaken rock. I am a precious stone. I am the luck of the weak. May I live 100 times 100 years, each 100 of them apart. I summon their bones to me. May the grace of the Holy Spirit be upon me. That's one of them. Essentially, that's one of couple, one of several that I read, and it's the 7 mothers, the 7 divine mothers, and it's essentially invoking them, bringing them into this world, giving them power and ability to be able to take care of things, and not just for me. I know I don't read it. I'm reading it for people, for others, for everybody else in the world that's got that heart of love and that innocence and that goodness. And people wind up getting into a bad place of being. And so the only way they know how to act is to be mean. And as mentioned before, that those qualities and those traits, they just show what they've been through, not who they are. This world has not taught people to become who they are. It's taught them how to become what somebody else wants them to be. And that's not that's some lives may line up with that to be natural, and boom, they're hitting the right thing. And a lot of other people, though, they're not. They're not. So really, to wish those blessings upon others helps remove the chaos from their lives so that they can have a good path. And that's what I found. Divine law and order. You know, people want to look at it as karma, but a lot of times people mention karma and they think of vengeance right away. Karma's not dealing in vengeance here. Karma's like, we need to bring balance. There's a balance to happen. This next one, it starts out in the reading in the blessings. Nescio kors teneros kolis mihi parshin nos. Starts out like that. And this particular one is a blessing against the evil eye. What is the evil eye particularly? The evil eye could come from anything. It could come from a friend. The evil eye is when somebody has a feeling, a sensation, and they're jealous. They want what you have. They're not happy that you have it, and they don't. And that energy literally is classified as the evil eye. So even currently, still today in other parts of the world, they have little blessings, little sayings that they say when they introduce themselves to each other. And they say, may my eye not harm you. May my eye not harm you. So just in case something pops up inside of me that I'm not even aware of, because energy could pop up and I'm being positive. I consciously, mentally, cognitively with my mind, I want to be positive. I want to be good. I'm trying to set these intentions, but there could be something inside and so literally that blessing goes out on a regular. Anyways, I'm gonna read that one out in English here. It says, it must be that some evil eye bewitches my tender lambs. God bless you. My eye shall not punish you. 'Tis the eye that sees, 'tis the heart that thinks, 'tis the tongue that speaks. I am the three who turn this off you. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Mother, will fire turn envy, fire will turn envy. Eye will see you, tongue will speak of you, heart will think of you. The three are protecting you, the Father, Son, and Holy Mother. This will be done. Let God bless my eye, and my eye will bless all I see. I will bless my neighbor, and my neighbor will bless me. Let me perform for you a charm for the evil eye. From the breast of the Holy One, of the Holy St. Patrick, against swelling of neck and stoppage of bowels, against 9 corner and 9 corcher and 9 slender fairies, against an old bachelor's eye and the old wife's eye. If a man's eye, may it flame like resin. If a woman's eye, may she want her breast. A cold plunge and coldness to her blood, and to her stock, and to her men, to her cattle and her sheep. Three who saw me and did not bless me, the eye, the heart, and the mouth. The three whom I placed to protect me, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Mother. May the effects of the evil eye fall on his horned cattle, on his dun sheep. And if he has nothing else, may he feel its effects under his own heart and under his own ribs from me and from each person who belongs to me. Blessings, 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 all blessings against people who intend to do harm. Blessings to everybody except the group that wants to do harm. The group trying to hurt people, those are the ones that are hurting the sheep, the lamb, the innocent, the love, the good. We read stories of righteous kings, of knights, of honor, all these wonderful deeds. We see movies with superheroes fighting against the odds, not selling out, but doing what they know is best. And yet we live in a world where people regularly, the world over, pursue selfishness. They look at a superhero and they say, well, let me hurt this person. They cheer the superhero on to save the world, but then that same person comes and he hurts other people.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I can put together real quick that, you know, there's chaos there. I've lived through chaos. I experienced chaos. My mother passed on. She's my best friend. My marriage went to put. Wife took the kiddos. They wound up passing away. 2022. I got plenty of chaos. Lived through plenty of chaos. That's just the top of the mark. That's just the top of the mark. You got a bunch underneath that. Whole bunch. I don't care to play a symphony of the world's smallest violins, though. You never heard of the world's smallest violin? I got this problem and it's hurting my life. I can't do this because of so much strife. You must be bad because I'm not glad. So much is called, it's the world's smallest violin. You can go on and on and on about all your little problems and the things that's destroying your life, or you can put your feet together. You can get your cognitive mind focused, can bring it into attunement with the body, and start to recognize that our heart is the shrine where the divine comes and sits. And when we create a shrine of love, of goodness and innocence, then a divine being can come sit within our shrine, within our heart, and they can leave when they desire to, because we're not controlling them. This is what allows the divine connection to the heart. I find it amazing because from ancient Egyptian, multi thousand years ago, all the way to somewhere in Europe, and what I read was, that wasn't thousands of years old. That was more like, they were saying, maybe thousand or so, but it's close to like 500 to 700 years old of that piece. So even they saw that the heart thinks and the tongue speaks. I think that's pretty interesting when I see things line up cross country, cross time, cross spans of different amounts of time. The mind, the mind is very powerful. There's a lot of people when they want to live that spiritual life, and for those who want to, it's within the blood, it's within past lives, it's within memory, and what you desire, what you long for, you can draw to you. You absolutely can. And we all remember, I mentioned this before plenty, but we all remember, like even when we don't try, it's people come up to tell us their problems. We're like a light and everything comes up. And so a lot of times we want to dim our light. We actually want to not just dim our light, we want to put a complete different covering. We want to veil our own light. That's what winds up happening. Holy crikey. Holy crikey. People do, they veil themselves. We talk about, having some veil taken off of us so we can see the truth. The world put a veil on us. Oh, the secret group put a veil. Whatever the case, put a veil. You can't see it. As far as I'm aware, that veil was put there by the self. The self's in charge of that. And if the cognitive psyche can't accept the information from the heart, It's not going to deliver, not on the normal circumstance. We can't live something that we don't believe. Something completely outside of our reach of understanding can cause more problems in our psyche of our life than solutions. And this is why Jacob's ladder is such a important construct. And if you're unfamiliar with Jacob's ladder, I think it's funny that they're like, oh, angels fell, they got kicked out of heaven. That's the dumbest thing in the world. There's Jacob's ladder has been around before Jacob was there, okay? Jacob's ladder is a ladder that allows you to get from heaven to earth and from earth to heaven. They got ladders, bro. They got ladders. And still get back, like, anyways. Jacob's ladder is the growth of your mind so that you can accept greater truths. I go over it, the unknowable Father, the unknowable One. Oh, that's something I wanted to go over. Great, I remember now, but I'm not going to deviate right away. I'll stick on this. But we talk about the unknowable One, the unknowable Father, and essentially, He's unknowable because I mean, how can you fathom God? How could you fathom every human life in one, but no body, no physical body? Like, it's practically impossible. There's a portion that I read over, and I won't read it all, but there's a portion I read over, and it says, our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are nubet, our ears are apuat. Apuat is anpu, anpu. And the our neck is Kinemitonket, the Divine Mother. So in this portion that we go over, this is ancient, it's thousands of years old, translated into English. Portion, this one I read in English for everybody and myself. But in this whole section, every single divine being is an aspect of our body. One is our forearms, one is our fingers, another one is our eyes, another one is our hiney. Every single portion of our body is a divine being. Now, when we start getting into Christianity, it gets hard to decipher the true message because they took all of those and they put it into one dude. It's not easy to make sense of. Okay, so let's go back to the seraphim. The seraphim is still biblical. And if you didn't know about the seraphim are the archangel dudes, and the seraphim are different qualities of God. So if you put all the seraphim together, you get God. The seraphim are essentially the divines of India, of Egypt, of Norse, Scandinavia. Everybody had this divine archetype group to explain the tree of life of how we become divine in our human form. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And when you move into divinity, your vibration is moving so high that you can take out the dark that you carry with you. You don't have to put it on somebody else. You don't have to put it out into the world. I carry this dark. I know what this dark is. And you know what? I walk in this world, and sometimes karma, she do need to settle accounts. And I'm like, you know what? Divine? Yeah. Airline? I got, oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to do anything physically bad. I don't wish nobody ill, but I got this dark energy in me, and karma needs to take care of some dark shit. So I'll say my invocation, I'll do my prayer, I'll resonate my meditation, and whoop, that energy goes right to her, and she can do what she needs to with that energy and take care of something good, something divinely proper with that chaotic energy. It was actually properly transmuted and used so that it could have a positive effect. And that is the journey. That is the shamanic, that is the spirit, that is the human becoming divine while you're still alive in this body. It's not about waiting to your next life to live. How many people just say, oh, I'll just wait to get to heaven, it'll be good. I'll start living then. I'll be able to do everything I want to then. We live every single day, every single day. In the portion that we go over for the Divine Mother in the beginning in English, it's towards the ending of it. I use the word we when I read it because I'm just including all of us, right? Rather than being me. There's sometimes when I'll also use the word I, and that's just a spiritual moment of things going on. But typically I use the word we. I change the word I so that other people can personalize, and be included in that. And says, I am Kinemitonket. And it says, I have separated the heavens from Gaia, the heavens from Earth, essentially. The heavens, I've separated these two things. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Whoa. 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 So just tell me in that reading, she's the one who pulled them apart. They were unified before, and she pulled them apart. She separated the mind from the material body. Don't we do that? Don't we do that on accident? And there's some people, they do it to others on purpose. But I'm talking about more so about just self. So if we separated something that was once together and unified within us, talk about when you're a little kiddo, man. When you're a little kiddo, that stuff was one. Something goes on in life, and then all of a sudden, wait, that's not cool. I don't want to do that. It was cool yesterday, but what? Because somebody across the street said, ew, now you don't want to do it anymore? Well, something changed. There was a separation of the mind and the experience being heaven. Somebody else's opinion got in the way, and we allowed it. So we divided ourselves. The three aspects of ourselves we divided. We separated our heart, we separated our mind, we separated our body. And about the only time that the body and the mind coming together for people is physical pain. I can't take it. I watch people go through stuff, and I'm just like, I go to the dentist. Whatever the heck you think as far as pain tolerance or whatever goes, if I get to go to the dentist, that's the equivalent for other people getting to go to their favorite theme park for the weekend and have a vacation. Shit. If I go to the dentist, they're gonna pull a teeth out, pull it. I don't care what they're gonna do. I don't care what it is. I'm gonna get up in that chair. I'm gonna lay back. They're gonna put a couple of needle to put the numbing stuff in there. And I already know the truth in my mind. It happens every time. I close my eyes. I go, ah, and it's numb. He's getting ready. Nurse is there, doctor's there. The dentist is there. They're gonna start working on my teeth, and I just close my eyes. I don't feel a damn thing. I don't feel shit. I don't feel nothing. Like just like my head moving, and you guys didn't pull a tooth or something, but like I don't feel. I'm out. Like I don't feel the pain. It's absent completely. Other people, I see their pain threshold is very low, is very compared to my own. They can't take it. They can't walk another step, and I'm like, shit. I've been dealing with that for. Well, I'll just leave you there. No reason to even say anything. You can't take. You can't take it. That's on you. Nah, I don't know. But I know the journey and the walk that I have been on is not for the weak or the faint of heart. Um, it takes a very strong mind to continue to do good and ignore, transmute, and direct the negative energy as well. Because all of that comes into play. Yeah, I got to ignore. I got to direct it away from me, or I'm going to absorb it because it was sent to me, and I got enough of that inside of me, so it can attach, and then I can transmute the energy into positive energy, into love energy, and then from there I send it off to the divines through the prayer ceremony jam. I just call it a jam, or I'll go do a good deed. Neighbor needs help moving something, building something, and I got all this energy. Well, let's go do something good with it. My mind, my heart, combined with trifold trinity with my body. I'm not going to do something bad, not willingly, not willing. Nope, no, sir. I want to do something good. I want to do something good. And if I can't do something good, well, then I just want to bed and just do nothing. Play some video game. Even playing some video games is good. I'd rather just do something positive in that direction. Look, live one vibrational energy. Okay. Now I could get out my paperwork and all of that stuff and explain it to you, but let me show you these guys right here. All right. Let me show you these guys right here. I go over in the morning and go Renazi Sekilwe was on Puto, I had Hirusha and Zirukai got it, Kurishani was my heart or Sugi Septos, I bet the two good deep seconds and a Sadaman. I go over that. And essentially every single one of those that I just spoke, that's literally going in a spiral around for each character, for each I shouldn't say character, but for each engraving, for each piece. And so literally that goes around, and that's the energy going all the way around. Now, in particular, this is the Kuji-in system, this system right here. There's 9 of them, and the Kuji-in system connects to our 9 primary chakras. I'm telling you, I plead for you, I beg for you. There's people that make AI videos and all that kind of stuff. Please, please, please start making some videos with 9 chakra centers. There's one at the back of the end, the back of the head. That's the knot back there. That's your jade gate. It allows you to bypass time and space. And there's one at the back side behind your heart. Okay. There's 9. Ancient India knows this. Ancient Kemet, Egypt knows this, and it's ancient Japan knows this. And if ancient China knows it, well, I like to I gravitate more towards Japan, anyways. But I read some Chinese blessings as well, and Chinese people like that know that they'll be able to read this themselves. But essentially, it's the root chakra. Okay, your root chakra is your fire. That means it's on. This is real. All right. There's some people and they've had argumentative ideas on this, and that's fine. I don't care what people. You can go think and argue whatever you want, but this is real. Okay. People talk about like vampires and stealing energy from each other. This is why Ren is so important. Why your root chakra, meditation, the trinity of your cognitive mind, your physical body, and your heart, your soul. Trinity, you're a trinity. If you bring those three together, you're a trinity. When you bring those three together, it will create the environment and the circumstances so that root chakra can pop on. This is how you know somebody's root chakra is not on. You ever been with that person and they just always cold? Always. It just doesn't seem how, unless it's 100 degrees outside, then they're okay. But they're always cold. A vampire is always cold, right? They ain't got no blood moving in them, right? The cold, yes. So, why is the physical body predominantly cold? Because the root chakra is not on. If your root chakra is generating energy, it will warm your entire body. Okay? Legit. Legit spiritual freaking reality. You want to know who's who? That's how you know. Do they got their root chakra on? Because if they don't, they're feeding off your energy. If they do have the root chakra on, they're feeding off their own energy. Yes. Now, as we learn how to turn on our root chakra, essentially, and we go over these it's like if you're here for the jam, I start out at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I read I read father, mother, child, and that's all within as without, in English at 3. Generally, I get on 3 and I'll chat for a little bit, read that, chat for a little bit, and then 3 I start going over the words of power with those divine meanings. And in those resonances, essentially, we are not essentially directly in those blessings, we are activating all of the chakras within the body. So everything that I wind up talking about, we do it together. During the jam, we do all of it together. In the jam, all the energy of all the experience of everything. That's why I call it a jam, because it's jamboree. A jamboree is when you smash everything together. And I know that when a ceremony is going down, ultimately everybody's energy, jamboree. It's a jam. You're getting all this energy, you're getting all the understand, all of it. So we sharing this anyways. They're all blessings, everything. It's all blessings. And so essentially, once we have our root chakra on, we're able to bring that energy up to the next one, to the next energy center, which essentially in that energy center, in that chakra, we transform that energy into love. That's the next step. We learn how to transform that energy into love so that it's going to produce good things in our life, so that that energy is going to work a positive effect in our life. That's the second chakra that you're moving up to. And the third chakra that you move up to in your gut here, like, that particular chakra, that's when we're learning how to store our energy. Yes, you have your own storehouse. You are your own silo so as to collect and store your own energy from your own root chakra. So, continuing on the path of the proper development of our chakras, essentially, we got our own energy starting at our root, then we're transforming that into love, and now we're learning how to store it. We're not just spending it. Just because we have energy, we're not just spending it. So now we're storing the energy. And as that energy is stored, it literally will overfill. And from the overfillage, Once we finally get to that point, the overfill, that's what everybody else gets to take plenty of. I don't care who you are, vamp or bad or dead. You know, if you take my good and if you take my energy and you bad at your core, it's going to turn you good. So drink up. I don't care who drinks my energy. You go on. It's going to do you good. If you're good, it's going to get you better. If you're bad, it's going to get you good. Go ahead and keep drinking. But in that system, and there's a lot to the Kuji, and I was just staying really on that particular one as far as being able to store your own energy. Perhaps you have that. Perhaps the self one has that issue to where you're always cold. Does it mean you're a bad person because, like, oh, you're in the vampire category? No, no. Every single thing on this world, including divinity, requires energy. Everyone, we share energy. When a person goes into a prayer, ceremony, jam, whatever you want to call it, when a person goes into communion with a divine essence, they're transferring their energy so that they could receive energy. We send it, they transmute it, and they send it back. We do the same thing for them. Who's them? Interdimensional intelligence. Most people would want to say gods. I would say Belith. Belith? What is Belith? Belith is a word from my own language. Yes, I wrote a book. Yes, it is published. It's on Amazon.com, or you can send me an email, etc. at yahoo.com. I'll send you a copy for free. But Belith is a word in my language which has a direct meaning of this is my family, this is my origin family on home planet. And home planet ain't this one. How do I know this ain't my home planet? Because where I'm from, everybody's love, everybody's considerate. There's nobody suffering. There's nobody homeless where I come from. There's no poverty. That's not even a thing. Um, and if anybody comes to fuck with our planet, you like we're all like Titans. You know, I mean, I don't know. That's the best way to. We're all like ex Titans, so like, if you come to fuck with our planet, we'll just like, like, it's just nothing's gonna, you know, it's a planet of Titans. You just nothing's gonna fucking survive when they, especially when they team up together. So, you know, all for one for all kind of thing. That's a worldwide motto where I'm from. That's a worldwide motto where I'm from. In this world, it's a bullshit motto just to make you feel like you're got somebody who's going to hang out with you for a while. Because the true fantasy and illusion has been on your TV screen. It's been on your movie screen. It's been on your phone screen. If they can design it over in that dimension, then you don't need to live it here. That's why you don't feel motivated to do anything. It's not because you feel like you can't win. It's because they set you up like that in the beginning to keep you thin, energetically thin. We're going back to that. Is it bad that I'm cold all the time and my root chakra is not on? Does that make me a bad person? Now I'm a vampire? No. They designed the system like this so that people would be feeding off of each other. Because if people are unknowingly, energetically feeding off of each other, then you will never change what the big honcho upstairs set up for the world. That's why it takes one bad heart to ruin an entire world of love. Because an entire world of nothing but just innocent love is going to accept, is going to help, is going to aid, is going to give. And one person with a humanistic trait of jealousy or selfishness or any other one of those horrible traits will literally take from everybody else until they have enough to subjugate every single person they can. And before the world knows it, they're not who they are anymore, and they're doing what one person wants. The whole time they were doing it out of love. They thought they were helping a person, they thought they were doing something good. And that's why I learned that true love, love that is true, it is very motherly and it is very fatherly. It is very nurturing, and gosh dog, it will protect as well. Pop can calculate, and Mama can transform into the lioness that she is and devour whatever is before her, energy, physical, or anything else. Divinity, man, they got some abilities to transmute realities. If you believe it, then it's possible and it can happen. If you don't believe it, then there's no possibility of it happening. If you believe it, actually can happen. If you don't believe it, literally, no chance of it. Your belief is the key that unlocks the secret hold on manifesting what you want. I'm not going to go into a long explanation. I'll just say the short little thing I've been saying for a few days. Research the placebo effect. Proven reality. Transmutation of a physical substance to produce something that should not have been possible within your body to get better. Mm. We'll see what I'm really talking about here. What I'm really bringing out is how we treat each other. It's it's how we treat each other. We are everywhere. We are the world. Truly. Alan, 617. I'm gonna pick up. All right, this is just a sound check real quick. Okay. Refresh the sound and refresh the page in 60 seconds. It's back on. Come on. I know I got your back. There we go. All right, sounds back. We're good. Boom, boom. Okay. Sounds bad. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm gonna give it a moment. I'm gonna give it a moment because I know there's quite a few people watching, and so hopefully they were able to refresh the page. Going through that at the moment, so I'm gonna give that a couple moments for everybody to refresh there. What's up, Forsaken King? Good to see you, bro. Boom, boom. What's up, Keith?
Truly, truly. You're dying. I'm just giving it a couple moments. There's a few more people before the sound went out, and I'm gonna pick. I know exactly where I was. I'm gonna pick up right there, just in case sneaking a bank is there. He said, "I'm dying to know where Cetra hails from, my home planet." I won't. That's top secret information, like super ultra secret information. I won't just disclose that to anybody. It's another planet somewhere else. You can't find it. It's outside of where you're looking. It is. It's a secret. Nobody will know ever, because it's a place that you you develop your own frequency to getting there. It's a frequency that you become to get there. It's not something you earn by doing something for somebody. You have to develop your own signal, your own resonance, and then your soul, your energy source. It doesn't matter where or what planet, what body it winds up sitting in. When that body's done, it's going right back home. There's no option. You're right back home. I went on a mission. I'm not stuck there. I'm There's only one place that my source energy connects to, and that's my pure resonance. And that's for each one of their own to grow into. And that's why I'm here every single day sharing what I share, because everything I've got the videos. I mean, you could practically play my lives every single day and just have unlimited practice. I mean, Invisible College on my playlist were, I think, day 137 or whatever the case around there. So I moved wizards, and I've got a bunch of other videos to watch in any regards. That's why I share what I share, is because it's so that you can develop the resonance, so that you can get to that heaven that you perceive to be real, and it is real. It is real, and it is tangibly, physically touchable. It is. Your soul gets there, not your body. You can't make a ship to get there. You could, but you're not going to land, and that's for sure. Okay, going back where we were. So, okay. We are everywhere. People with love and a good heart are everywhere, in everything. You think just because somebody signs something and says, "I'm not going to say anything to anybody," you think that physical three world signature can control the spirit from communicating astrally on a frequency that no human alive can pick up? You think just because somebody says, "Oh, I'm not going to share this with anybody," you think the Akashic records are now closed up and you can't access that information? This is when I started to learn the connectedness with everybody. It's when I started to realize, hold on a second, like we were mentioning earlier, every single part of my body is a different divine being. Okay? So then who I look at is a combination of divine beings as well. They may not realize it, but this is what they have within them. And I know that that energy within them is much more stronger than lies or greed or any human trait that would cause them to do elsewise. Ultimately, they are. They just haven't been around anybody that encouraged that. Nobody saw the potential of the good in them. They saw the potential of the bad. And that's what they went. That's what they wanted to shine. That's what they brought out of that person. That's why they did those things. So that's why they told them to fub the truth. That's why they told them, tell a little white lie. Now they're telling big old black lies. Whole freaking pages blacked out, black ink. You can't read nothing. The whole thing just all, come on.
It's about what we're going to bring out of each other. That's it right there. That's it right there. I see the good inside of each person. I see the ability for truth to be considered beautiful. I read that over every day. I read it every day. And I beg and I pray and I work and I strive that one day across this planet, every single person sees the truth as beautiful. But right now, it's only a group of us that sees the truth as beautiful. Most people hear the truth, and that's evil. They're going to say lies. They're going to start fighting. They're going to do anything they can to make you not speak the truth, to not be able to recognize and know the truth. Because if you knew the truth, you wouldn't be giving that person what you've been giving them. You wouldn't put that person on a pedestal. You'd be looking at the world a whole lot different if you knew the truth. You'd be putting all your eggs into your own basket because you would recognize that when you did, that's when you would have an excess and you could invite people over for breakfast every single day now. Shoot, bro got potato farm next door. I got a bunch of chickens and then got some else. We'll make up some potato and friggin' eggs every single day. It's, it's look, all right, this is what we're moving into. This is what we move the whole. Yeah, do you know how to make stone soup? You never heard how to make stone soup. Not you don't know either? Ha! All right, all right, all right. It's just a story. It's just a story, but I'm going to personalize it like it's my story. Okay. All right. So, hold on, hold on. I got to get my stone. So I got my stone here. It's a very special stone. I've made many a soup with this stone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I ate good. I ate good. Everybody else ate real good. Full tummies. I ain't lying. I'm not lying. Okay. So I carry this stone. If I'm gonna go somewhere, got my stone, got my staff. I'll be all right. I can eat. I don't need money. I don't need money. Pay rent and stuff. Yeah, and that money. Anyways, so I take my stone with me, and I come up upon somebody, and they invite me over to their place because we get along, hanging out and stuff. So we chatting, and doing spiritual stuff, and you shooting the breeze and all that stuff. And my stomach starts grumbling, and other guy says, "Hey, are you hungry?" I say, "Yeah." All I know how to make though is stone soup and stone soup. So what you talking about? I said, I got this stone here, and it's a stone soup. It tastes great. Other dude's like, I never seen this before. What you talking? Seriously? Yeah, man. Seriously, this turned into a nice pot of soup. He said, "Well, what else you got?" I said, we need a pot. We need a pot, obviously, and some water." And so he goes. He grabs his pot, gives it to me. Said, "Go ahead, get the fire going." Boom! I get the fire going. He goes. He fills up the water. Thing comes in. Said, "Man, this is soup, man. I don't know how this soup's going to turn out." He kept saying, "I don't see no stone water." Said, "Man, it would be real nice if we had some meat to put in this stew." He said, "I got a piece. I got." He went to a neighbor's house. Neighbor had a good chunk of meat. Came over, roasted a little bit, put in the stew. Keep watching it, smelling better. So, man, it would be really nice if we had some vegetables to put in here. He goes, "Well, I know somebody down the way. They got their own little farm down there. Well, why don't I go down there and see if they got?" He, he went down. I stayed with Stu. He goes down. Neighbor comes over. the whole basket full of vegetables and everything. We start chopping up and throwing them in the soup. 4 neighbors later, a couple hours down the line, and every single one of us got a huge bowl of soup, eating real good. It's all done. Go to reach down in that empty pot. I grab my stone. I keep moving on. We brought everybody together. Nobody was going to eat. Not like that. Nobody's going to have that kind of meal. That wasn't going to happen. He was going to have a piece of his meat. She was just going to have some of her vegetables. He was going to have some of his potatoes. Dude had nothing but some seasoning and water. What we bring together and what we encourage to happen, we're masters. We're magicians. We don't have to do something that has a bad ending. We can do something that has a good ending for all involved. And we're everywhere. We are the reason why the world survives. We're the reason why there's products to buy. We're the reason why I can go to the store and get a vape, or go to the store and get a journal book, or go up online and get a drum. Or it's because we are making the world continue. We actually are the engine to the world. We're everywhere. And how you see yourself matters. Do you see yourself as a knight? A knight? A knight with armor and sword? Do you? No? Well, then you'll never be able to overcome something that comes your way. You're going to have to you're going to have to find a knight to do that for you. But if you started viewing yourself as a protector, as a defender, well, I'm a knight. Well, no, I'm not going to run around and fight every battle. But I uphold honor. I uphold the truth. To the end of my life, I will uphold my truth. And that is the display and the show and the reality of my honor in action, because I'm going to uphold the truth. I don't care if the truth brings my ending or I don't care what it does, but the truth is coming out. That's step number 1. Claiming your own honor. And your honor is not stipulated by somebody's passing opinion, whether it be good or bad. It doesn't matter. Keep the praise for yourself. You know what my cards say? My tarot cards? They say, beware of flattery speech. Be aware of flattery speech. Huh. So people just giving me compliments, screw that. Don't need to mess with that. Well, then what about the people who give me bad comments? Well, if I'm not going to care about the good comments, I ain't going to care about the bad comments. So if I don't care about the bad comments or good comments, what does that leave me with? The truth. I'm no longer assessing opinions. You got an opinion? I want some truth. I want some reality. Did you connect with the divine? Did you have a spiritual out-of-body experience? Did you have a dream that seemed otherworldly? Well, come tell me. I'll take a seat. I'll pour you a cup of coffee, and I'm ready to listen. I'm all ears. But just opinions, I don't care about them. They don't. Is an opinion going to put gas in your car to get you to the hospital to get healed? Nope. No, it's not. What's going to get you to the hospital to take care of that, massive freaking emergency problem? A vehicle with somebody driving it, getting you from where you are to the hospital. That's what's going to do. So if we don't have the vehicle, we got to call the phone number, and they're going to send a vehicle, and we go action. It takes action, not a freaking. Let me tell you how. Real world experience, right? Real world experience. Come on with me. Come on, take a seat. I was 16, maybe 17. My mom, it was just me and my mom. We had a 3-bedroom apartment, a condo home, her room on one side, my room on the other side. And next to me was the little office room to do work. So we, whatever. But I couldn't hear her in her room by any means. I'd jam up my music. I have my mom was so smart. I didn't even know it till actually about a year ago. She got me this huge spiral carpet rug, a huge spiral rug, and she put it on the wall. And I thought it looked amazing. You want to know why she put it on the wall? Because the next door neighbor kept hearing all my boom, boom, boom from my music. And a rug will dampen that shit. Easy. She just got a big ass rug, put it on the wall. I thought it was amazing. Anyways, my mom, there's one particular night, day, evening, afternoon, and she told me, she said, come check on me before you go to bed. I said, okay, Mom. I'm doing my thing, and I'm getting ready. I forgot to check on her. And I'm like, oh crap, I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to, shut everything off and go to bed. And there was an inkling in me. I was like, I'm not gonna worry about it. But I was like, no, Mom said to check on her, so I'm gonna go check on her. And I went and checked on her, and she was in convulsions on the ground. I didn't know what to do. I called my brother. And my brother go, what are you doing? Call the fucking ambulance. He didn't cuss. He doesn't use those words. Yeah. But he was like, call the ambulance. I had an opinion. I didn't even know what opinion to make. Because I checked on her, she lived. Her potassium level was so low that if I would not have found her, if I wouldn't have checked on her, she would have died that night. That would have been her last day. That would have been her last breath. That's the difference between not knowing an opinion and fucking action. That's the difference. It's not just at the end of somebody's life. Somebody's life could end while they're still living. If the heart dies, if the mind has too much trauma to work through and no assistance, no help, that's death of the body. The body might be present wherever it needs to be, but there's no life behind it. From how we looked at how we look at a stuffy, how we could treat a stuffy, to how we could treat another person. We got to train when we're a little kid, whether we're a girl playing with a dolly or a boy playing with an action figure. I don't care. We start as a child learning how to treat life through immaterial objects, because that's what we're supposed to do. That's the Trinity line. That's the Trinity unified. Before we're destroyed in this world through different events. Bad words. You don't fit in the group anymore. Ooh. Be no part of the world. If anything, shit, Why isn't the Bible thumper coming around the priest and being like, hey, you're supposed to be the black sheep. See, it said, be no part of the world. Oh, that's right. I got punked. Everybody got a different version of the Bible. It said, be the world. That's right. I keep forgetting that. I got to remind myself. You know, that's why I have it's my guy right there. Oh, Dragon Ball Z dude riding my little pony. You know, that's my kind of combo right there. I have what I have to look at to keep me in those mind states. There's plenty of things in the world. There's plenty of things from my past that at any moment could have me going a certain way in my mind and my heart. And that's why I surround myself with the things that I surround myself. That's why I clothe myself with the things that I clothe myself. Because for me, these are visual reminders that I don't have to go down that path. I could choose another path. I'm living, walking proof. My life is evidence. What I choose to surround myself with is going to reset my mind to exactly where my heart and my body want to be. The cognitive mind is where your Garden of Eden exists. Follow me, please, please. This is where Eden exists. This is your garden. Your cognitive thoughts are the seeds of your creation, and your creation is your own life and everything you do with it. So, what we choose to feed, to plant in our Garden of Eden is what's going to grow in our shrine. And that's going to become the actions of our life. And that's why any spiritual journey, it starts with the heart. Because your cognitive mind, you think in those thoughts. And so that's why you're working on that heart. Let's get that heart unified with the mind. We got to get these two on the same page. Is the truth good or bad? There's no wishy-washy. There's no, oh, it makes it better. No. Either you falter and compromise the truth and become a liar, or you choose to uphold the truth and you choose to walk with honor and integrity of your own accord, not anybody else's testimony. You don't need somebody to come around and say, yes, Mr. AYZ has done this and he got the award here and we got his wall with trophies over here, so he's justified. No, that's not how integrity works, and that's not how honor works. It is your own character, and it's a choice of how you choose to live your life every day. And whether you decide to develop positive morals or none at all, what you do with your life, that is the proof of who you are. That is your resonance of energy at the end of when the flesh dissolves and your spirit begins a new beginning. But if you have not attained a new vibration, if you are still resonating at a human level of greed and lust, and your heart is weighed down to material, physical, rock, stone, earth, then that's right where your soul's coming back for another physical body, for another life, because that is the energy that your soul resonates with. And that's going to be the dimensional reality that you are actually having a physical body with. I've always known that I don't have a lot of time. I've always felt like that. when I was married to my ex, the mother of my daughters that passed on, it was not a. I mean, the first couple of years those were nice and fun, but I had to teach her. I felt like I had to teach her everything I had to offer because it's just I didn't even put it into words. I never even put it into words, but I just felt like I wasn't going to be there. Like I just felt like I don't know. I didn't even have words for it, but I felt like I had to share everything I knew as fast as I could. And it ruined the marriage. It ruined the relationship. It ruined our connection with each other. It absolutely ruined it. But when my mom passed away, my life was it was over, man. That old life was over. Everything attached to that old life gone. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if I tried to hold on or not. It was gone. And that's what my soul could see. That's what my soul could see. And it said, "You're fucked anyways. Share everything you know because when you're not there, at least you'll know how to treat, at least you can do that and do this and do that." I was 25 and she was 18. That was the age difference. She had three brothers, and every single marriage that those brothers had, they were all married, and they all got married behind mom and dad's back. Not one of them went to mom and dad. Not one of them went and said, "Hey, mom and dad, this is." It was a complete shocker and surprise. So when we were together, I said, "Let's go to your parents. Let's tell them what's up. Tell them we're gonna get married." She said, "All right, let's do it." That's how she felt. I didn't go ask him for permission. I told him we were going to do. And in that moment with him and his wife right there, they kicked her out. They kicked her out the house. So I went and got my shit. I went and got my vehicle, moved her over. I was Jehovah's Witness back there. And I told my mom, I said, "Mom, I'm not getting married. I am not getting married. Man, I'm not living with somebody and not being married. I'm not living with somebody and not being, that's just the way I used to be." And we already had our marriage license. We already got that. That was already registered. And then my mom went and she found a judge. I don't know how she did it, man. But my mom, she used to work in the court systems and all that sort of stuff, all sorts of stuff. And she went, she found a judge. And we went, it was me and my ex and my mom. And we went to the judge's office and we picked them up and we took them to the park where they had a little gazebo. And it was him and my mom is a witness and me and my ex and soon to be wife at that particular time. And that was it. I remember we're standing there, and the judge goes, "Huh? I wonder if we need a permit, if this is legal or not, or if we need a permit for this." Because where we were, it was like downtown, like public area stuff. And my mom was like, "No, we're all good. I already performed the ceremony and signature, and dot 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 dot. And boom, we're done. We hitched up together now. All right, we can live together. Everything's kosher and good." I mean, but when my mom's life ended, so did my life. I did everything I could to do that. I made all the correct decisions. I did all the proper stuff, but it still fell apart. It still fell apart. And I felt like throughout my life, I don't have a lot of time. And that's why I have to share my truth. That's why the truth is valuable. If I spend my life telling lies and making up false stories, then who am I? I might as well be a ghost. You might as well have never seen me, never known me, or anything. I can't even imagine it. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. I can't. I can't. But there's people out there on the big screen, you know what I'm saying? They don't get to live their life. They have to do, they're doing just what other people tell them to do. It ain't their heart. They're stuck doing what they do. I can't do that. I can't. Either it's true to me and who I am, or it's not. I can't pretend to be somebody else. I can't lie about that. I can't even act for it. So you're like, hey, can you act for this? Do this role, do that. No, I can do me. I can be me. You want to put another name on top of me? That's fine. I've had this in this lifetime. I've had at least 7 names, at least in this lifetime. Lucky was one of them. For me, I've had to live my heart. I've had to live my truth at every single moment of my being. And in my earlier years, in my complete human aspect of mentality, thought, and being, I was young. I made mistakes. The biggest mistakes I ever made was not opening my mouth, not telling somebody the truth. That was the biggest stuff. And so now, if there's something pressing on my heart, I say it. I say it. I don't care. Hate me, never talk to me again. I'm going to know the end of that story. I'm going to read to the last page of that book and I'm going to close it. I'm like, that was a decent book. Next. We want to hang on to things. We want to make things last on their heyday. While I do enjoy a good thing, there is no reason to let anything suffer just to have some happy or some good. If there's suffering that has to happen in order for me to get that, I don't want whatever that is. That's divine law and order. If you didn't know, I'm not explained it on this level at all. But divine law and order, there's no bad happening in order to manifest the miracle, in order to manifest the desire, the want, or whatever the outcome is. And that's why we manifest in a Trinity state with intention, thought, meditation, our own resonance, and we send out the signal of what we want to create in our life, what we want to bring forth. And then we wait. We wait. For me, I forget I even asked. I forget what I asked for. I don't know. I forgot about it. I just go and walk my life. Okay, I was playing this. I was doing that. I was working on that. I'm going to keep moving forward with my life. And then at some point, miracle drops in my life out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh, whoa, I did ask for this. Yes. And it's a great day. The reason why it showed up out of seemingly nowhere, and the reason why I didn't keep asking for the same thing ultimately, was because the divines receive the communication, they receive the request, they are aware of what is needed, and now they're going to look at our world however they see it. They're going to look at our world and they're going to be like, okay, this person needs this karma thing done, like a good thing done, like they've worked good stuff. They need to have a reward, a good karmic reward in their life. So that person said they need that, and then this, and they'll look at everything, and this person will bump into that person and bump into that person, and it'll create that situation we wind up walking into. And that's what just somehow it just, that was the right elements to allow what we wanted to come up. And nobody got hurt, nobody lost out, nobody had to suffer. It just naturally positive reactions, positive harmonies allowed the manifestation. One good turn deserved another one, essentially. And that's what we wind up working with. That's what I've been doing for years,
for years that I've been working with. Humans, when we want to do something and accomplish something, uh, I see the coffee mugs over here, so I'm going straight for the coffee mug. Why? Because I don't see anything in between the space. My eyes don't see anything in between the space. But we all know if we had machines, there's different stuff out in space. Depending on what kind of microscope you looking through, lasers and science, yeah, there's stuff moving all in empty space around us. So with the correct eyes, if there was bad energy here or there, maybe from a person or whatever the case, that could be seen and could be avoided. We could find a positive path, and when that positive path is finally found, it's like lightning, like lightning when thunder. I guess lightning would be right because we see lightning, hear thunder, be like whatever. But when it hits from the cloud all the way to the ground, and you see the light, it had to spider out. It had to find its path from top to bottom and so forth. And we just saw a single moment of its unification. And that was just like seeing that. It's just like having that miracle. Just the elements were correct, and it allowed it to populate in a moment. We are interacting with other dimensions. We are communicating with other realms on a regular basis. Because some people don't see it or acknowledge it. They keep asking, why me? Why me? Why me? Well, from the position of what you're asking, why me, and what you've been doing, I don't even want to explain it. Why you? Because everything you've been doing, it's been selfish and hurting other people. That's why. That's not. I'm. I'm not interested in telling you all that. It's this shadow work you should be doing on your own. Yeah, no tattoos. Not for me. How you view yourself, your own opinion, your own calculation, your own sight of your own life. You can see your truth from the beginning of your life to today. Nobody else can see all those details. Nobody else can hear all those thoughts that you don't want to share. Your evaluation of your own life is extreme. That's extreme. How you look at what you've accomplished and what you've done. When you learn about yourself, you actually take time to get familiar with your own self. the opinions of others are going to become very rapidly invalid. You know what invalid means? It's like, you got one of them key cards, you go to a hotel room and you stick it in to get it in the door, and it pops up a red. It don't let you in the door. Invalid opinions of your own life from anybody. Access denied. Invalid. There's no access to the psyche. There's no cognitive thoughts to have on an invalid thought. Do you think the door is going, maybe I should open up? They might just have the wrong card on them. No, it's an electronic feedback. Either the signature matches or it doesn't. And if it doesn't match, then out. This is where we go back to the wonderful live one vibrational energy. If you're living one vibrational energy and you have innocence and love inside of you, and somebody comes up to you with anything that's not love and innocence, it's invalid. It doesn't have access. It doesn't have access to my heart. It doesn't have access to my energy. It doesn't have access to anything. My energy's on the outside of me. How does it not have access to it? Because there's a big ass block going up right wherever they move up to my energy field. There's a big ass blocking wall of energy. It's a mirror. That mirror reflects my energy back to me and their energy back to them. Double-sided mirror. Off. It just, if you want the psych, if you want the mental ability, the visual in your head really helps block other people out like that. Seriously. So I see somebody and to make a comment, and right away I already know. I mean, it's at this point it's just automatic, and so like the wall just drops down in front, just complete block. It doesn't matter how they try to access my energy; they're only going to find themselves, and that's why like people come on and they're like, "What are you?" And I'm like, "Whatever you need me to be," because you're gonna put yourself, you're going to project your energy onto me, which is invalid. It doesn't matter what I try to explain. It doesn't if you've been watching for 3 weeks, if you've been watching for 2 months, we got 137 consecutive videos. In the beginning, I started for 9 hours a day, and that was for about 30 days consecutively. I took a month off, and then boom. So that's like 2 months consecutive. So if you've been watching and keeping up with me, then you're going to be familiar. You're going to get an idea where I'm talking, where I'm heading, where I'm going. I drop anything at you in any moment. It's, who knows? Who knows? Are you watching an actor? Are you watching somebody to try and get famous? Are you watching a trickster? You have no clue except what you've witnessed and experienced in your own life. Because everything up to this point in our world that we see the superhero on the screen. We've seen King Arthur come out. We see the little guy grow up and he gets all the help and he overcomes the bad guy. But what do we keep doing every day? We lie to each other. We hurt each other. We steal from each other. So what you projecting? What you surrounded with? That's why it's not important for me to defend myself of my character, of my honor, or anything to anybody. My honor comes from living my truth every day. And that comes from knowing who I am and what I decided to do yesterday with all the bad crap that happened to me and become who I am today. And the only way I could do that is work towards it every single day. And what am I used to seeing in this world? If somebody goes to work, what are they doing? Okay, I'm back home every day. That's it. You don't fucking work. People don't work. They're forced to work. That's a slave. If you have to go to work and you have to earn money in order to put a roof over your head and food in your stomach, that's not a choice of what you love to do.
You are being forced to do something you don't want to do to provide for something that should be straight up basic and free. You want a mansion? Boom, you get the mansion. It's free. You want a tiny 2-bedroom house? Boom, it's free. Whatever you want, there it is. If you're not free, well, then you're stuck with the thought of something that's not natural. What is magic? What is magic? Mathematical application generating incarnate creation kinetically. Magic, as far as I've looked at, I came up with that one. It's in my book published. Magic, as far as I've looked back thousands of years into all the documents, into all the books, magic and nature are the same thing. If anything, magic's how to work with nature. You would call this magic, and I would agree with you, but I would call this technological device magic too. And that's where we would disagree. Because this is science and technology to you. But to me, those are all the same category of understanding. Your connection with nature is your ability to work with the environment, to manifest the solution, to provide a world that is the equivalent of a garden flowing with milk and honey. You ever seen a honey dripping off of the bee's nest? Just the poo, huh? Me too. I not seen it in real life. I can't say I have seen it in real life. Maybe I have. I don't remember. But I remember seeing that in Winnie the Pooh enough, that's for sure. But I'll tell you what, if you leave them bees there long enough and don't mess with them, that honey is going to drip down, and you're just going to keep dripping, dripping. You're just going to keep producing more honey than they ever going to use. You keep going and taking it off, removing where they are. Well, now we are filling our own reserves and leaving them empty. So they go empty while we have reserves. That's not a flow of nature. That's more of a mechanical process jumping into things. If we allow nature to do what it does, it's going to overflow on as excess. But if we keep tapping the line, we'll get to the bottom of the well and there ain't going to be no water down there. You can apply that metaphorically to just about anything. Yeah, I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you're having a good day. It is Wednesday. Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Pretty sure. Yesterday was Tuesday. I tend not to keep up with the days of the week, and the reason why is because while I honor and I acknowledge our global calendar system that everybody's going by, everything that I connected with on the ancient wise as far as their calendar system was, Egypt Kemet. This is interesting. Ancient Kemet had 10-day weeks. We have 7-day weeks. They had 10-day weeks. 10-day weeks. 3 weeks per month. And there was a festival for 5 days. And during those 5 days,
I can't remember the story exactly. It was Tahuti and wisdom. He something he needed to do, and like his hands were tied. Like divine law and order was like, you can't do what you need to do. So he created 5 extra days. Well, bah, there you go. Those 5 days were uh, essentially 5 divine beings who came into existence, one per day, one for each of them. But going by a lunar calendar has allowed my body and my mind and my heart to synchronize really good. I went lunar before I went solar. Um, okay, so there's a solar calendar, there's a lunar calendar, there's following the cycles of the sun, there's following the cycles of the moon, and essentially, one eye is the moon, one eye is the sun, feminine, masculine. When we learn how to work, how to connect, and thus work energetically with these elements, oh boy, we can really get ourselves focused. And that's what it required. That's what it required for me. That was a big portion of my hermit mode. That's why man, if I do this on purpose. I've been working on it for years. Shit. I try to remember. I try to forget the day of the week. I try to forget the day of the month. I don't want to remember what month it is, let alone what year it is. Screw it. My life is living. I'm here. Good enough for me. I did some shit yesterday and the days before. Good enough for me. Next. So when I went through my hermit phase, it was really nice when I found out about a lunar calendar, and I was like, huh, 10 day 10 day weeks, and those 30 days, and they add up to that, and huh, and then they changed it. They changed the year and the date, and then when that guy came in, he said, "Well, we're going to change the calendar system to what we want to do, and we're not going to honor nature at all." And then they got these problems with the 5 extra days, and then they can't figure shit out for a few years, and then things get fucked up, and then they're like, "Okay, we got to fix for it," and then come up with this leap year shit, and boom, like, um. So that was really like, I don't want to say unnerving, but it showed me that the calendar system that people are predominantly following is keeping them separated. By following their time system, it isn't accurate. It's not the year 2026. All right. It's like the year 4 million, what the fuck ever. Okay. Anyways. Well, okay, fine. Let's get technical. Let's go to the zodiac, okay? I would, by American standards, by the Western rule of thumb, I'm a Capricorn. But if I actually go look into the telescopes, and I actually get into the science, and I look at the position of that star, I actually fall into Sagittarius, not Capricorn. You got the wrong fucking date. You got the wrong information that you're telling everybody with. Oh, Indian did not switch to that crap. You can go look up proper Indian astrology, and it's going to connect you with the proper what's actually up in the sky right now. Shit. What is it? Every 70 years it gets off by a day. Every 70 years things change. So we can't go by just one regular standard of time and say that it's always going to be. Things change. So I joined the way things were, not the way things are. I bowed out. Remember that scripture said, be no part of the world. So part of the world is going by their calendar system. Their weeks system.
all their little digits and clocks put me in a fucking box. Not for this trickster fox. Shit. So boom, I synchronized with the moon. I focused on the moon. I went with those. When I did my blessings, I made sure and did it with the moon. If I wanted to create this staff here, if I wanted to do some magical working, if I wanted to put a magical pouch together, a mojo pouch, anything, if I wanted to do anything, it was at night with the moon, not during the day. If I was going to do something during the day, physical, human junk. I want to do something spiritual. I'm synced with the moon right now. Paying attention to the moon's line. I lived like that for about a whole year. Yeah, longer. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years with the moon. 2 years with the moon. Following that. And after the 2 years, I didn't do it on purpose. I did not do it consciously, but the divine started on solar pathways, meditation techniques, other ways. And so I started picking up like, okay, you want me to transition to solar energy instead of lunar energy. Okay. Now I'm aware on my path, if I stop learning about one thing and now I'm focused on another thing, like I was focused on the moon, but now the universe is like focused on the solar energy, it doesn't mean that I'm no longer lunar energy. It doesn't mean that I don't. What that means is that I learned it. I process it. I have the energy. I have the vibration. I don't even need to think about it. That's why well, nowadays I'm going over them every day. But they're like when I wasn't, or when I don't, there are times when I take a little break off. The divines will be like, you can take a little break, whatever the case. But when I have taken a break in the past from doing regular things, even from looking at the calendars or anything, I think it was a month ago or more. It had to be more than a month ago at this point. And I was like, boom, I want to do one of my jams. I haven't done a jam in so long and I want to do one right now. So I did it. And then I'm like checking out the internet and stuff. And it's like, there's a new moon tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, yep, that's right. I was coming 24 hours before because it's the energy I'm contributing to that's in that air. That's why my jams, that energy is 24 hours before, because that energy is coming together like a good pot of stew, like that good stone soup. Okay, that energy is really coming together at that time. And so that's where I'm setting it up. So then when the new moon actually hits and that energy is going out, then that's what people are actually tapping into. You can't do it with, if you try to do bad stuff on that wavelength, it's going to rebound directly on you immediately. There will be no delay. You're going to suffer consequences. Don't mess with that. Don't mess with those. That's for sending blessings. That's for sending blessings and good energy only. Okay. All right. Fine. There's one of my jam sessions, and within my mind, I saw my astral presence, and essentially I was literally walking. I was dancing. I wasn't walking. I was dancing on a black hole on the event horizon. I was dancing on the event horizon of the black hole, literally. Like I learned how to dance. I learned them astrally. And when I saw that happen, I was like, oh, what other people are still trying to understand I'm not saying consciously, I'm not saying cognitively being able to explain it all out, but my astral self, my heart, my link with divinity, it could dance on a black hole. So my body, I'm safe. If my astral self could dance on an event horizon of a black hole, then I think it could keep my flesh totally okay. I think it's gonna make sure I'm gonna survive. 2 months ago, maybe. That was like 2 months ago, maybe. It was one of my normal jams that I call it normal, but it was like it's my setup of the jams that I go over. I just remember it wasn't an emotional experience. It was more like I just had the visual of it. I just saw the visual of it. And I was like, ooh, well, that explains a whole lot. And that's when I discovered that the other portion of me, like that was like that was one half of my quantum self. Okay. Like if you think of yourself quantum, if you think of your soul, your spirit quantumly, then you technically have two souls, right? Because they're one can see up close, one can see real far. They're always in connection, right? So one thing here affects the other one over there, right? Okay. So um I was dancing on the event horizon and I didn't see it, but I knew that my other astral half was inside of the black hole. And that's how I was able to get information that nobody else can. I don't need no fucking need technicals. I've been experiencing it for years. When you walk up and you tell somebody something that they never told anybody else before, and there's no reason why you should know it, and they're just like, and they don't tell you, but through this and this and that, it gets back to you of exactly what you did and how it happened and what it affected and this and that. And you're like, now go 10 of those stories later within the same year. Yeah, I just believe what I saw. I just believe what I saw. I don't need to try to figure anything else on this side. I just need to believe myself. I need to trust in myself. And the only way I can believe in me and the only way I could trust me is if I can accept my past, if I've considered my own life enough. And that's where it comes into yourself for looking at your own past and being able to have that honor within you of knowing who you are. Did you do bad things in your past? Okay. What are you doing now? Did you decided to stop doing the bad thing and you did this and this to make sure you don't do the bad thing and now you're doing good stuff? What the you're an awesome person. You're fucking awesome. I don't care what anybody say with you about you. You're awesome. And if they have some complaint with you, they need to just sit, they need to get a bucket of popcorn, take a seat, and just watch your life for a while because they're going to see you improve. They're going to need to take some notes and they're going to be able to get their life better from watching you. I mean, that's really what it's going to come down to. Because you're going to keep advancing. If you did it once, if you improved once from something that wasn't cool and you're doing something different today, you're going to do that again with something else and again with something else and you're going to think you have everything just exactly like you want it. But then you're going to be like, wait, I could do that better. And you're going to fucking improve. Instead of you're going to get to a point to where instead of having to get rid of bad habits, you're going to be looking at all your good habits and you're going to be like, shit, what do I want to upgrade? That's the spiritual path. That's the shamanic journey. It is an army of one because you recognize that even though I don't know you, I haven't sat down and talked to you, we could be walking as total strangers and we're going to see each other and be like, bro, what's up? Because our energy is one. We are everywhere. And yet nobody sees us except each other. I'd say that's a pretty darn solid system. If the opposition can't get a read on you, If they can't put everybody in that one little group because they're not all singing this same song, or they're not all looking like this because they didn't wear all the same uniform. Look, ancient war. We're going back to Japan, China. We're going back to Europe, all over the place. We go all over the place, right? Now, if I'm just a regular little soldier running into battle, I have no flag, I have no colors, I have nothing that's going to distinguish me from a rabble bunch of men at arms going to war. How so I might just get hacked down. Whatever happens, happens. There's going to be no special attention paid to me. If I was a knight, if I was a baron, if I was a duke, if I was a king, if I was of anybody of importance, I'd have colors. I'd have a flag. I'd have symbolage on me. And if I went down in battle, they weren't going to kill me. No. They're going to take me hostage. That's why I wore all that. That's why I look like that. I am a value commodity. Whether I'm fighting for you or against you, you want to keep me alive. And at least in Europe, it was ransom. And the cool thing about the ransom was, well, if this knight took me hostage, he's going to invite me over to his place. I'm going to stay at his place. I'm his prisoner, but I'm going to eat as good as he is. I'm going to sleep on such a wonderful bed as he is. I'm going to have the life that I expect I should have. But if my ransom can't be paid, well, he's going off my head. Why did he treat me so nice? Why did he keep me alive? Well, he kept me alive because he could have profited off of me. So he'd rather make money selfishly. And he treated me really good because let's just say let's say he sets me free, ransom's paid, I get set free, we get into a battle again, and I take him hostage. He gonna want to be treated just as good. And I'm gonna remember how he treated me. So that was a code amongst themselves. Studying war tactics, ransoming, all that, everything, all to the ancient days, it's all happening right the hell now in a different form, in a different way, in a different look. Is it an emotional warfare to get your body to do what they want it to do? Sounds about right. My clothing, my attire reminds me that I'm free. It reminds me that I am not under somebody else's thumb or control or anything. It reminds me that I have one connection, and that connection is with my divine father and my divine mother, connected with my own soul. They are creators. They gave birth to a creator. And everything they taught me was to respect the life around me, to honor life around me. This is why the biggest load of crap in all of your histories is that there's no devil. There's no devil. There's no devil. That's a fake face for evil, for a pep, for Apophis. It's in unseeable force, and it's been on this planet for thousands of years. We have ancient stories going back of how different divines have fought this evil off from our world, and the evil showed up through people. It wasn't the person that was bad. It populated through the individual. Now, we talk about soul and spirit, and we have one, an immaterial
essence of energy comes and resides within us. So then there's other stuff that could jump inside us too. Stuff we weren't aware of. Snuck its way in like a virus on your own system. A virus of disassimilation. It's not evil, it's chaos incarnate through you, through people. And this was and is the great evil that exists on the world. It can show up through anybody if they're still plugged in to the way things work in this world. That's why we are admonished, be no part of the world, be no part of the world, be no part of the world, be no part of the world. Hey, we got America's Got Talent. Hey, you star search over here. The righteous king is you. You are the righteous king who can honor that truth, who can have what they have, who can look unique, masculine or female. You are a king within. It takes a king to decide what they want to do with their kingdom, and your kingdom is your life. It's what you become, it's what you do with it, it's your choices. This morning I had a couple of energies with me this morning. Spirits. That was interesting. I found it very intriguing. You know, it's an omen. It was straight up an omen. That was huge, man. That was huge. I still can't get over it, man. When has that happened in the past? When is two greats? When in our past history, in our recorded history, has two angelic divine beings in the flesh, when his two greats went out on the same day at the same age during the lion's portal being open. That's when things line up. When there's two back to back like that, dude, it's coming fast. Whatever's coming is coming fast. Pop, pop. That's the universe saying, don't miss the message. Don't miss the message. Typically, you need that coincidence. You need that omen to happen over there and then over there, and then we'll get another one down there. And now we're like, oh, what I noticed something weird's going on. Start looking around, paying attention. Hey, you don't know who passed away yesterday or on the 25th. 25th. Look it up. Look it up. That's when I found that out yesterday afternoon. When the second one, I was like, oh my gosh. That was I didn't say oh my gosh. Damn, that was that. I truly believe that we do not
Our life does not end. I don't care. I don't care how it, I don't care anybody's opinion or what they do or anything. When somebody's life ends, whatever they were supposed to do in this lifetime, whatever they were supposed to learn or accomplish, it's done. It was done. In that moment, like, we come to this planet on missions. There's some people and they vacation this planet. They're like, oh, hey, let's see what's going down on over here. But there's other individuals and they came here, they came to Gaia on a mission to save others. You know, as much as that angel of a woman helps children with her life and everything she did, how the hell are all them other ugly people still kicking? Oh, wait, I know. It's because the mission was a success. It actually was a success. My biggest people, the way I've seen it for more than years, the way I've felt it was that for me, being on this planet, I want to save it. I want to do everything I can so that like Gaia can keep going and people and society and everything. But that's not what I was sent here for. I was sent here for extraction. It was a rescue mission for all my brothers and sisters who came to this planet and couldn't get off this dumb rock because they got stuck in it. And that's why I had one thing when I was 5 years old. I worked on my whole life. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? That's what I asked myself. Who am I? Who am I? Ah, the name you gave me don't work. That don't tell me who I am. And I just had to remember who I was, because me remembering who I am, that's gonna wake up my brothers and sisters. Work's done. It's already done. You woke up, you get off the rock all on your own. You just needed to remember who you were. Now you remember, we're going back home. And that's why for every soul, the heart must be lighter than the feather. Because the divine being that came from somewhere else, every soul that they helped, and they were nothing but lighter than a feather. A feather. Their soul, their heart, their energy was a feather. And that divine being attached to every single one and became a bird, an angel. Every single feather is a soul. When you look at a picture of an angel, every feather is a different person. That's the reality of that one. Because when I go home, when this life's over, I'm going to have a whole bunch of friends with me that I met down here on this planet. And they're going to have a new life somewhere else. A much better planet than this stuff ever happened. Life practically indefinite. I'm not the only one. I felt this since I was a little kid. Since I was a little child. Before I saw a movie, before I heard anything that the world talks about these days, I knew I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back here. This is my last life here. This is my last physical life on this planet. This is my goodbye to Gaia. This is my goodbye to Earth. This is my goodbye to everybody I ever met. This is like graduation year. That's what this feels like to me. And not just the year, but this stage of my life. It just feels like it's like, did you enjoy school together? Everybody going back where they came from. And that's why, for me, it's important that I see people with positive eyes and a positive heart, regardless of who they are. Because maybe you changed your life, maybe you good, whatever, and we can share the blessings. But me, shoot, I'll I'll go for the good thing. Save planet Earth, transform it into Gaia. It's possible we could do it. You're like, yeah, but there's only a 13.6% chance. Well, that's pretty good to me. There's a group of people, there's a group of individuals a while ago, and medieval days and all that. And this one particular group and where they were in there, and they would not fight unless they were outnumbered minimal 3-1. Literally, they had to be outnumbered 3-1, or else they weren't going to fight. No, no, no. The enemy had more numbers, and they had less. Correct, because it was just a slaughter. As much as they trained, as much as they knew, it would just be a slaughter. So they didn't even mess with it. It was wrong. They felt it was wrong to start an engagement with the odds like that. So literally, they took the short end of the odds because of how successful they were. Well, I'm pretty optimistic a lot, and who knows the good stuff we can do, and who knows what kind of miraculous stuff could happen. Seen a bunch of stuff happen we never seen happen before, haven't we? Yeah, we did. Well, you all remember 2024? Yeah, 2024. Remember the auroras? The colors were hitting all the way down to Texas and Florida. Never heard of that happening before or after. Shoot. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool stuff right there. If you appreciate the show, the program, hanging out, whatnot, I appreciate you being here. If you want a free copy of my book, feel free to send me an email. It's Setchra@yahoo.com, Setchra@yahoo.com. It's available on Amazon.com as well. And if it's possible, if you can, if not, no worries, it's okay. But I do have my GoFundMe attached to the main page, to my profile page. And if possible, that'd be awesome. If not, no worries. People ask me how I make it, how I get by. It's what I've been doing with my life for the past many years. And I decided that I decided that I was always going to have a boss. So I was going to have somebody over me telling me what to do to some capacity. So I'd rather you be my boss. I'd rather go help my fellow human, my fellow person, than work for somebody that already got a bunch of coins. I don't need to contribute to some rich person getting richer. What the fuck is wrong with me to think that? They had me manipulated and brainwashed into planet Earth. That's what was wrong with me. Okay. So then when I got out of that thinking, then I said, well, I'd rather help my fellow human who don't have nothing. Does it matter that they can't pay me for what I can do? No, it doesn't matter, because I want to help someone who needs help. I don't want to help Mr. fucking billionaire that has everything. If you're a billionaire, how many people are starving, homeless, and dying and sick because your greedy money's keeping it all? Hmm? Hmm? Why the hell would I fucking work for you at your place? Why the hell would I put a coat on to look and sound and talk like you? I wouldn't. I wouldn't, not a day again in my life ever. Uh, that ain't to anybody else. That's all personal. That's all for me of my own. To each one their own life. I don't have time or concern to think about what other people, everybody, we all at different points, we're all at different journeys. You might see God and say Jehovah. They might see God and call him Allah. I might see God and say Durga. Who? It's a journey. It's a journey. You're going to start somewhere. You're going to jump into here. You're going to learn about that over there. But if you don't have love, don't forget, in the Bible, you worship and serve and everything. You put above everything. It says God is love. 3 words. Look in every single translation. God is love. Is. Doesn't have the quality. Is. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. So love, love doesn't have fear. Love, it's actually recorded in that book. Love believes all. Spell it with me. ALL. All things. And you check every single version you want on that. Go back to the basic first thing they ever wrote. Love believes all things. God is love, and love believes all things. A thing includes a person, a thing includes a lie. Whoa, 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 whoa. So even if it was a straight up lie, I believe it. Oh, how do I reconcile that? Huh. I better start reading. I better start taking in more information, because what I'm going to learn is what I thought was a lie, because everybody said, well, that doesn't match that and that disproves that. So I decided to go read the book for myself. I was like, whoa, that's some interesting stuff. And then I came over here, done some Egyptian stuff. Hold on a second. That says what this says, but they've been telling me something different. Huh, huh. They told me, huh. It said, be no part of the world, be no part of the world. This is from Europe, and this one's from India. And they're on the stage in front of me saying, join my club, sell my product, and I'm going to get into heaven. What? What? Come on. No, I woke up to that. I woke up to that. That's a personal journey for each person. That's a personal journey. I can't put that journey on you. If you want to go on that journey, that's a journey for you to explore and have on your own, because your specific information, you might not be connected to ancient Egypt. You might learn a little bit there, but you find you're more connected to South America, Aztec, whatever, Mayan. Maybe you're connected to something else, and you're like, that's really where you get your meat from. The wonderful thing about the ancient world was it didn't matter if it was India or the Americas or whatever, it didn't matter. Every single group of those archetype beings, that's who we are, all inside, as one. Every single one of us. And so they have a different look, they have a different name, they have, but technically, whether it be India or Egypt, it's a different name. It's a different look. It's the same energy. The same 99 things match 99 things from India to commit to Japan. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's the same freaking one. I don't need some college professor. I don't need a program to come out on TV. I don't need nobody to come up and say they're all one now. You can move with that thought. No, I put it together. That's what I'm going to work with. Because love is not afraid to learn something. Love is not afraid to live life. Love is love. Love is love. Do I want my child to fear me? Or do I want my child to love me? If my child has love, well, they know what honor is and they have it themselves. But if they fear me, they're going to fear everybody they meet. They're going to be weak. They're going to run away like a coward because they ain't equipped to deal with reality because I hid it from them. I should just be scared of what I can do. Rah! That's what the world did. That's what they did to us. They instilled fear and they told us to be love. For me, I don't know about you. For me, fear and love don't mix. Love can't act. Love can't do what it needs to if fear's setting up the limits. Well, the fear says, well, if I help that person instead of going to my 9 to 5, then I'm not going to have money to pay rent. I'm not going to have money to eat. My soul says, fuck the money, fuck the greed. Either divine mama and papa, you're going to make a way for me to eat or not. But I'm going to go help Mr. Angel, Mrs. Angel. I'm going to help this loving individual. Screw that rich one that already got everything. Why the hell am I going to go help them? If I put all that time into creating my own thing, shit, I'll be richer than they are because I create something better with less problems. I ain't going to sell fucking bad ingredients. I'm not going to put toxins in the ingredients of the food that I decide to sell and give to others. I'm not going to fucking sell out for something cheaper. No, because it's food that I'm going to be sharing out. That's going to be powerful. It's going to make your brain work better. It's going to bring that the oxygen flow through your blood quicker so your immune response kicks up and you can actually live life like you were meant to. That energy you had when you were a little kid, you should have energy now. You should have it when you're 90 years old. It should not have went anywhere. That energy, oh my, that's the angel within you. That's the divine resonance, keeping the joy because God is love. And how can love be stuck in suffrage? How can love survive with nothing but tears? Because love is always resurrected. We always come back. It don't matter if you kill us. It don't matter what you do. We're going to come back renewed, renewed. The old tactics don't work anymore. What worked yesterday and put me down into the dumps, guess what? I went home. I sliced up my heart. I put it on the platter. I looked at it. I've had to fix some things. I sewed it back together. I got it better, put it back in there, and I went to sleep and I woke up a new person. What you got? You gonna try to use that old little thing? Ha! I got something in there. It's all healed up. You can't fix it. Everyone's protected from you now. That kind of joy, that's why they want you to stand in line and do nothing. That's why they want you to be at work and be angry and upset all the time. Because if you actually let some joy come into the world, then we could get the real saying going on. Why so happy? Why so happy? Why so happy? Guess I'm connected with divinity. You could be too. Whole world could be. And that's where, in a lot of ways, we already are. We already are. The other ones, they're just experiencing the energy we're creating. And the energy we're creating and building every single day, keeping alive, is what they have to contend with. The less you spend time arguing and defending yourself, the more they have to fight your energy and not you.
Your energy is the thoughts they have in their head about you. Huh? Uh-huh. Just like those thoughts at home about your coworkers, about those people, same thing. Same fucking thing. Turn the tables, flip the tables on them. Give them what they've been giving you. That's all I've been doing. I paid attention to how they hurt me, how they hurt my mom, how they screwed up my brother, how they mentally fucked up my dad, who ain't my dad. And I just flipped the table on them. That's every single one of them. I don't care if somebody's standing next to me or not. That's what you did to me. I guess that's in the rule book to be okay with because you did it and there was no crime that was committed. There was no, there's no evidence of anything like really kind of happening. It was all manipulative and energy work, magical stuff that you kept as a secret for yourself and you were hiding so you could attack me. Huh, huh, huh. Well, I got nothing but love. So I'm going to be my loving, happy self. I'm not going to think about all that junk, all the technicals. I don't know, whatever is on your plate to think about. But you can have all that energy you want. I'm done. I'm done. When I checked out of their game, when I checked out of their world, that's when I started winning. I wasn't winning according to anybody else's standard. I wasn't winning as if like, oh look, he won. But in my own honor, in my own spirit, in my own righteous independence, I could stand on my own 2 feet and say those are my actions and I'm responsible for them. Check it. And that's what's important for you is to know that about yourself, to secure that stability within yourself to where no matter what is said or by who or in what situation, it doesn't even enter your realm of cognitive thinking. Invalid, bitch. That's the first step to gaining your independence. There's a lot of countries around this world and they say you have independence. Do you? Have you been taught how to be independent? Because the last time I checked, every single thing the world has diced up to me and served to me was teaching me how to be codependent. Don't read that book. If you run into that problem, you come to us and we'll tell you what to do. No, thank you. I'll grab that book. You got a brain and can read and make a decision? I do too. And I will too. Thank you. My own processing, my own belief. Who's father up above, mother down below? As above, this isn't below. Between your feet and my feet, the people at the other side of the world and all around the world, Gaia's below. Gaia is below. If it is as so above and so below, well, then it's going to be so in the middle for us. But if all we do is got our eyes staring at what the superheroes doing and we living in a different world down here, then the hope of us becoming a trinity, mind, body, and soul in one will never happen. And from your own book, from your own scriptures, that's from where your faith was when you were a little kiddo. That book said mind, body, and soul is one. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Solar, lunar, Gaia. 3. Everything that we've been left was a reminder of who we can become. That's what I've been looking at throughout my life. I've been looking at the examples of the divines who came in and they fought off the evils of the world. Not the divine. Not some story about someone says, oh yeah, oh so you 1,000 people follow me, here's some swords, go kill the enemy. No, that's not a divine mug. I beg you to go look up a story or two from India, and any divine being over from it in India's knowing that divine did not send their people. They're the ones who showed up and took care of it. There was one problem so great, so bad. The three, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, the three divine fathers, the three masters of this world, alive at one time in the flesh, could not overcome the evil. So they combined their powers into one, and out comes Durga, the divine mother in her finest format, just devouring the enemy before her. There is a shift from Durga to Kali. There is a process. There is way more to that story than I mentioned. There's a lot of technicals. Look, this is why I went from Christian to the Hebrew text to Egyptian, Kemetic, and then I did touch Scandinavian and Norse and some others in ancient Japan. But then after that, I got into India. I got into that. And the reason why, I can't say the reason why, but I'll explain the benefits of that process. As soon as I do this puzzle, there we go. Because on the Christian side of things, it's practically, it's damn near impossible to figure out the tree of life. The tree of life is the map of how we connect with our chakras, how we turn on the lights inside, and thus become active divinely. That's what the tree of life is describing. The tree of life, that's what creates the blueprint for the entire Bible. It's the only reason why I allow the Christian aspect into my realm of knowing, because they acknowledge the seraphim. But in the straight up Christian context, they really leave the seraphim out. Okay, if we just go straight Bible reading, they really leave it out. When I got onto the Hebrew script, that's when I started learning more of the seraphim. That's when I could actually start being like, whoa, there's the tree of life. That's that part of me. That's hold up. I'm actually starting to learn stuff now. Things are fitting into the right categories. And as that went on, I saw how those origins were actually from Kemet, from Egypt. Okay. And even Egypt, there was places before that. But so I followed my homework. I followed the research and I started looking at that. And like here, I'm just going to read this one short portion. It's not a lot. I read it over every morning. Hold on, it's right here. Look, this is thousands of years before the Bible was written, translated into English for us today. The flame red and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. What? Wine, blood, bread, salt, body? This actually told me what it means. This Egyptian actually said that's what it's saying. It's not just a clue. Drink my blood and eat my flesh. What did he mean? What were they sharing in there? The cup of wine is the pouring out of my heart. Well, my heart cries. I never thought about my heart bleeding. Well, yeah, you cut up the heart, do some damage. It's going to bleed. Whoa, that's an emotional pouring out. There's no physical cup. Damn. Okay, hold up. Sacrificed unto regeneration, a pouring out, a libation practically, so that I could regenerate, so I could come back and be stronger. Interesting.
Bread and salt are the foundations of my body, which I destroy in order that it may be renewed. The Tower card. What's that Tower card? What's the big meaning on that? The tower falls down so that I can grab one solid piece out of the rubble, and that's what I'm going to start the construction on my next tower with. Whoa, I'm starting to see things connect. So the Egyptian got me into seeing it. They're the Anad, Ennead, the Anad, or some people say they pronounce it differently. I pronounce it the Anad. And the Anad, out of these 9 individuals, these 9 archetype individuals, divine beings, come to find out, reside within thyself. Not just external, but also these energies are within thyself. And so, whoa, they're within all of us. Whoa. And so now on the Egyptian side, getting into the Matun Natar and ancient Egyptian oracle system, now I'm like, I start really seeing how love connects everything together. Love believes all things. Whoa, glad I opened my eyes to read more than one book. I'm glad I opened my ears to hear more than one story. I'm glad I was okay to be uncomfortable when I was learning stuff I never knew about before. It's okay. I wasn't comfortable. It was like, what? Huh? Well, love believes all things, so I'm taking it in, listening. Oh, that's how it works. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we doing some real work now. Okay. It changes. The whole life changes. Every aspect of your life starts changing and lining up. And then after I had worked on the Egyptian side for quite a bit and became rather familiar with the divines on that side, and I worked the Oracle system through myself. I had to make sure to get my own problems out the way. I worked on that. I did. I started helping people in the neighborhood and all that kind of doing readings, Oracle readings for them. I didn't charge. I had coffee for donations. You could give me donations, but I had coffee available with, maple syrup and all the good stuff and holy water. Yep. My coffee is made of holy water. And how do you make holy water? You can see my altar back here. Right. And you see it in this? Is this the view show it? Not that one. No. Here. So I'll adjust it here for you. Boom for that one. And maybe. Yep. Yeah, you can see it there. So essentially, I've got this water filtration system right here. Filters the water. You put the water up top, it goes to filter there, and it's got a 5-stage filter under here. Now underneath, has a bunch of there's an empty spot that has a bunch of stones in it for underneath the water. So the ceremonies that I go over on a regular basis, the stones, the resonance, all of that energy changes the molecular structure of the water. And that's what I drink. That's what I make my coffee with. If I'm going to boil some potatoes, that's the water I'm going to boil my potatoes with. All that water is going into the potato. So the water coming out the pipes, whatever's in those, that's going to go right in my potato. I boil my potatoes usually. I dice them up sometimes for eggs and stuff, make them with some olive oil, whatnot. Um, okay. All right. For anybody out there on a spiritual journey or not, anybody that wants to, put it that way. I don't want to call it a challenge. I don't want to call it a task. I don't want to call it homework. I'll figure something out maybe. But if you choose to accept, get yourself a glass, glass jug. This, even something like this is great. Like this was for kombucha, and so it's just solid glass, hot water, soap after I was done with it. You got a glass bottle, and make sure it's clean. Got a cap on it. You can cap it off. And so essentially, you're going to find a spot in your place or your. It should be in your own room. It shouldn't be in public access for other people to, for their energy to contaminate it. And so essentially, you get fill it up with water, and essentially each day that you go over your meditation or your own personal jam or praying or whatever along those lines, bring that bottle of water out, pop off the lid, and go over your ceremony with the water there. As soon as you're done, cap it off, put it in its spot. The spot should be complete dark. No light should be hitting it. If light hits the water on a regular, consistent basis over time, it's going to undo the energy you put into it. Light will actually remove that change that you did. Yes, it will. Another way to reset the energy in water is to freeze it. If you freeze water, it'll reset it to zero. So the water coming up through the pipes, it hits all these right angles and it generates negative energy. Literally, if you take that, even without filtering it, if you take that water and you put it in the freezer and you let it freeze, and then you let that water unthaw and you drink it as it is, you're going to notice a difference. You'll notice a difference in the taste. Yeah, of course it tastes longer, but anyways, so light, anyways, and so you have that stored, like somewhere in the dark, whatnot, and you bring it out for your ceremonies. Do that for no less than a month. I want to say 40 days. You should knock it out for 40 days. That's what I did. But no, at least your first test, your first check on this, at least for 30 days, at least 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, whatever your source of water was, go get that original source, fresh out the wherever, the sink or bottle, or get a fresh source right there. And you got your now holy water after a month of praying. You uncap it when you pray and share your jam and all that, sound bowl, bells, whatever. And you put the cap back on the store. And so after a month, pull that out. Now you're going to taste what's out the faucet or whatever, or just as plain. You don't even need the other one to taste comparison. You're going to taste a freaking difference. I did this test. This is how I know holy water was provable for each person, and you could do your own check on it if you'd like, but I encourage you to do it because it's an amazing reality to be like, whoa, I did this. This was my experiment. Nobody came in and put different water in my bottle. Whoa, my world's going to change. My world starts changing because it's real now. Anyways, I did this for like 40 days or so. And when I tasted that water, I'm not joking. I'm not lying. It tasted as thick as milk. It was water. It was water. And it tasted as thick as milk. Because the energy kept being added into it and added into it and added into it. So the more energy within the water was, the thicker it tasted. Try it. 30 days. Be patient for 30 days. Do that for 30 days if you so choose. And once you experience that reality, your life's going to change for the better. You're going to see things differently. You're going to know that now when you went to go pay $5.99 for that really expensive bottle of water that just seemed to run through you, maybe you should turn into some holy water first. So that's all I drink. I've been doing that for years. And that's technically my third water filtration system, because I got one years ago when I was with somebody else. I started looking at water filtration systems and found this guy. It alkalines the water. It takes the fluoride out. I'm straight up. I don't care. I don't care. Whoever has to say what, you can go pull up all them water filtration systems. All right. If you are buying a water filtration system, I don't care if it's $20 or $3,000. If you're buying a water filtration system and there's no minerals to remineralize the water, they don't know what the fuck they're selling, let alone what they're making. It's a failed, falling, faltered product because the science of water, you can pull it up, you can look into it. When you filter water, you took all of the minerals out, you took all the good out, including the bad out. Both. When you filter water, you don't leave the good stuff, you take everything gets taken out. So now the water's technically empty of any substance. Yes, it has water, but there's no molecular, there's nothing in it. And so then this is real. And so then when you drink it, the water is literally thirsty. The molecular structure of the water is thirsty. And that's why for water bottles, it'll grab the plastic from the bottle itself because the water is thirsty. It's empty. So when you drink filtered water that is empty and it's thirsty, when it goes through you, it actually pulls the nutrients from your body and you get rid of it. So the water that you bought that you thought was filtered, the filtration system you got that you thought was superior and doing you good was actually hurting you because they didn't understand what they were. They just made a product for your 99 satisfaction. At the bottom of my system, it's called Santevia, Santebia. I'll type it in here. Santevia gravity water filtration. Gravity filtration. And it comes with the top. It's like a ceramic kind of a filter. I don't know if that's the right word, but it has all the science and everything. It has the hard filter up top, and then the water goes to there, and then it has a 5-stage filter, takes out the fluoride, takes out a lot of the fluoride, and takes out other elements, and also alkalines the water. And the alkaline state of the water is very important for the body. And then at the bottom, it has the third pack that it comes with is these stones, and they're mineralizing stones. And so literally, the water that gets filtered, it's has stones down there to be able to remineralize the water, and so it's actually full of energy when I consume it, and it's not taking from my body. I've said this before, we are over 76% water, our bodies. We are primarily made up of water. If we were to have some school system in place, the science of understanding water and every phase and every facet of it, grade 1 to the last one, know how water is absorbing, taking, sending, all of this. And nowadays, we actually have enough science in the world to be able to support all of this. Fact is,
You've seen demons. You're actually living in a system ruled by them. A demon is no more than human. A human has cognitive intelligence to know what they're doing is wrong. A spirit who has no help, who's all by themselves, no physical body, just a ball of energy that's not doing good, that needs to be healed. That's not evil. It's not evil. Bad. It's not a demon. It didn't make a cognitive choice to do something bad. Humans are the ones who have created spells and become architects to bind a spirit so that it does exactly what they want it to do. Does that not sound like what humans do to other humans, in which they design something and then through manipulative tactics, they get you to do something that you don't want to be doing? They took your free will away from you while preaching to you that you have free will. Now, that is a real trickster. That is somebody truly lying. That is a father of a lie. Last time I checked, the real devil is one who lies and encourages lies. Last time I checked, all them demons, they follow their father. Their father, he lies, misdirection at every point, so that he can get you to do something you don't want to do. That's human. That's human. Everything I studied spirit, that's human. You know what a real demon does? You want to know what a real demon does? You could like watch The Exorcist, go watch some scary movies, but they usually stick on the person for their whole life. And they usually make sure that the person is suffering and literally at the end of their wits at every single moment. They have no peace, they have no love, they have no calm. That's the real presence of a demon. And it's not pretty. And we wind up living in a world where there are people who are doing very vile things because they can lie to everybody, they can buy off judges, they can make new laws in the government and get away with what they were doing. They can hide under these things and come out in a suit and be shiny and, yeah, that's what we're doing, yay. A real demon is going to look like an angel to you. A real angel, they're going to look like the darkest thing you ever seen in this world. Because I'm aware of what's going on. I'm aware of the misdirection. And that's why I encourage you to get to know you. That's why I plead with you that you choose to follow you, not me, not some Joe Blow, not some rich billionaire because they got everybody else doing and cracking like the ducks they want them to be, but because that's what your heart desired. That's what your free will actually allowed you to choose to do, not to get the opinions of others, not to hurt somebody so you could feel like you stepped up somewhere, but that you could actually have a home, eat, not be bullied, have a good mom, have a loving father, be able to have everything that you didn't have that caused you to have whatever perspective it is for other people. I pray. I don't just pray, I work. I don't just work, I summon every ounce of my fiber that kind of life for you can change for the better, for the absolute better. A
across the board. There's a moment you're happy, genuinely happy. Everybody around you, their life's going to get better. You doing good, genuinely doing good, makes everybody around you better. Was there one guy who was all mean? Was there one lady who was spreading the gossip? Well, guess what? People can see the difference between a good action and harmful words very easily. And if they cannot distinguish that difference, I don't want to know them. I don't want to hang with them. Their opinion is invalid. The divine path, the spiritual path, what everybody created a religion and a way and a solution and this and all of that. Tim and Dolly, they seem to got it. They seem to got it. They zoomed off during the Lionsgate portal at the same on the same day. Same day. 80 years old, both of them. Big 80. Bah! They got it. They got it. We need more of the world. We need more people sticking up for the kiddos. We need more people causing the laughs. We need more people having all the fun. And you know what? Both of them. They're spirits. They looking on this world. And they going to do a lot of good from where they are. Don't bring a whole bunch of laughs. I got a personal one I got to share with you. All right. If you're watching yesterday, right? Towards the beginning of the jam, I started laughing. I was cracking up laughing, and I couldn't I could hold it in kind of, but like you could obviously tell, it took me like a page or two to stop. Okay, it kept going. I couldn't hold it back. Okay, this is before I heard about Tim, and so I was flipped because I flipped through TikTok specifically because there's I flipped through there, and so I was flipping through there, checking about an hour, maybe two. Sometimes I'm going longer, it happens. I try to switch to movies and stuff, anyways. But I was flipping yesterday, I was checking it, and I came across this video of somebody who was on air, a weatherman. He was a weatherman, and the weatherman started laughing, and he couldn't stop laughing. Live broadcast, and the dude's literally, it's gonna get hot. And that's what you could hear. And he's obviously off screen. He comes back to the screen, and when it shifts to the next guy, because it shifts to wherever the next broadcaster is or whatnot, the guy goes, "Well, so much for professionalism." And when I heard about Tim, in that very split of a moment, I was like, that was him inside of me. That was his freaking joy and laughter. But I wasn't the only one. There's other people getting spontaneous joy just popping out of nowhere. And that telecaster, that weatherman, that was one of them. I don't know when the date was. I don't know if it was the same day. I don't know if it was afterwards. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. But when I felt what I felt, I knew what I knew. That's good enough. We got angels all around our world waiting to help you. We got titans of goddesses and gods all around us, and we've known their names. And we still got movies with their images, and we can still hear their voice. Growing up, watch movies with my mom. That's our thing. That's what we love to do. Watch movies, go grab bite to eat, whatever. Watch movies, that was our thing. That's what we love to do. And if you like watching movies, then you know you're gonna see that actor or actress over and over and over and over and over. And because they're familiar in the room, you know, like me and mom, I'm not putting nothing that's not there, but you know, it feels like family. It's nice to see their face. It's nice to hear their voice. You know what I'm saying? And and so when they pass away, it's like, damn, it's like a family member passed away. It's like my mom passed away again, you know? And that's what puts me into the remember who they are and remember what they did and take some good aspects, copy some good aspects, some good things about them because they still kicking and working in this world. They still doing good stuff. It might not be seen, but they felt. That's for sure. There's this one time I was at the temple and I was talking about the Divine Mother, and you hear me talk about the Divine Mother, I'm practically talking to her like she's my mama. She is my mama. My mother is directly my mama, and she is directly your mama too, if you want. Anyways, I'm at the temple, and I was chatting with this one lady, and about the Divine Mother and whatnot, and she goes, "Well, she's everybody's mother," and I was like, "Yeah, but I'm gonna personalize." Me personalized doesn't take away from your experience. It doesn't remove your connection. That's how infinite the divine is. That's how infinite divinity is. It knows no borders. It knows no stay away. I'm talking to them. I can't talk to you. That doesn't exist. Love is love, and love connects with love. This is where we're coming at, man. I can hear it from a couple individuals out in the verse. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Let people say what they're going to say and let them face the consequences or let them face the rewards. By people not speaking what they want to speak, you're lying. It's a false reality. The absence of being able to share your thoughts as they genuinely are is suppression. The spirit, suppression is not that great. It might be, that's not a go-to. That's not, you bring that up here and let's get aware, let's get it on the table so we actually see if everything's suppressed and crushed together. My goodness, I can't make sense of nothing. What's your profession? What would you like your profession to be? Like, do you want to professionally be able to judge? Like you go to like a sports competition and judge, people who swim, or you could go to like a talent show and you could judge their talent. You could train to be a judge. Oh, you don't learn how to be a judge? You don't learn how to properly judge? So just judging just comes down to whatever you feel is in your fancy? Oh, well, I guess you could pursue. I mean, I don't know them personally, but I'm sure there's about 6 billion professional judges on the world. I wonder how many divine beings are walking around. I wonder how many angels are walking around. I wonder how many knights and kings are walking around. You look at a chessboard and you say, oh, that's what I command. That's my army. It's external from me. No, 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 no. Let's move from human to divine thinking. Yeah? Okay. So now when we look at our chessboard, every single pawn, the king, the queen, the knight, the rook, the bishop, all of them is me. If I move a pawn, I transformed into the pawn and I made a move. If that king moves, I transformed into the king and I made a move. I left my queen right there because I saw some shit coming up over there, and my king's good right here. So she gonna take care of some shit along with my knights. They got me covered. I don't need to worry about being over there. That's all within my own being. I'm setting all of that up. And what are people seeing? A piece move forward. That was me. That was all of me. That one piece, all of me went into that one piece for that one move. It wasn't a pawn to me. That pawn could have been a queen reborn, resurrected, new life, rebirth, bug. That pawn, he might have been a servant, a hot dog. That dude knew what the hell he was doing. Thick of a spot. You're every single piece. They're all you. They're not external. They're just different aspects of your own abilities to conquer your territory. Your energy can space out, literally, your energy can space out and create a literal field of energy so that when you walk up to interact with somebody, guess what? Everything that's going down is under the structures that you set up for that space. Okay, okay. I'll give you one. You want to have some fun? You'll notice a difference within 48 hours, probably sooner. What building it is. I don't care. I don't care. You work there? You go there? I'm sure it's probably got four corners. Go buy yourself some quartz crystals. Rose quartz, pretty good stuff. Pretty cheap. Buck a piece, maybe less. Transfer your joy into it. Transfer your joy. You watch a movie, you feeling happy, you go grab your stone, pull it to your gut, leave your, because I'm blocking the energy from going out. I'm gonna bring that stone to my gut. Now I'm laughing. All that energy is going into the stone. I'm gonna take that stone, I'm gonna put it in its spot so that it stays separate from everything else. That energy is gonna resonate in it. I do that for 2 weeks. This is gonna be resonating at joy, pure joy, pure joy. Okay. So then I'll take 4 of these guys. Maybe one's joy, maybe one's laughter. You know, I'm gonna be real specific. I'm an alchemist. I like to work. I like to work here. So I'm gonna grab these 4 stones. So I'm gonna go to that building that I go into every single day, and I'm gonna go next to them 4 corners. I'm gonna find a piece of dirt. I'm gonna put this down in the dirt. I don't care. Did I need to take a piece off of it? It's still got the energy and resonance. I'm gonna put it down in a crack right at that corner. And now that building at every single point of its junctures is my motherfucking energy. That's my energy. You're gonna try to hurt me in my own energy zone? That shit gonna come back fast on you. I don't even need to do a return to sender. We're in my fucking energy zone now. That's magic 101, bro. It's this. Change your environment. Look at the environment. Make it your territory. You don't need no flag. You don't need no pillar. You don't need no sign. You don't need nobody to think different of you. If anything, let them think you're weak. Let them underestimate you. Let them think you just nobody all by yourself. Go on. Think that about me. Because when the shit goes down, direct divine connection is in everything. and they ain't gonna let you. Mama, Papa's little boy. Nah, you don't get that right over them. I'll change my environment. You go into those situations, that's your land. If you have an opponent, it's not just the opponent, it's the environment too. If you were in a boxing ring, those ropes in the corners, those are fundamental to some of the things that you can do or move somebody into. Dude, I want to get stuck in that corner. That's for sure. I know that much. You definitely don't want to get stuck in that corner. So knowing your environment as well as what you're engaged against is paramount to your success. I send my love and I send my blessings to every single person in the world over that could use it. Because you winning means that Apophis, that ultimate evil that wants to reside in people, loses. One little fight lost, another little fight lost, little skirmish lost. You winning means the world wins. The underdog winning means heaven just dropped its on earth. That I'm all about. I'm all in on that one. That's where my perspective changed from wanting to conquer to wanting to empower. Your win is a divine win. I'm on the divine side. In your 30s, for a select few out there listening, watching, anybody that might be watching in the future, replaying, there are a select group of individuals out there. You are watching, you are hearing, you are on your path. You know you're on your path. You're going to enter your 30s. When you get to 33, you're just going to pop out. Between 30 and 40, you get to choose your gift. You get to choose what you master in. And you don't have to choose until the last moment. The last moment is where you get to make your choice. So until then, you're sampling everything on the spiritual side of things. Sampling. You're having success in your sample. It's a success experience, but you're sampling the experiences. That's why you have one experience. They close that up. We try to hold on to it, but it doesn't work because the universe said you already mastered that. You passed 5th grade. Fucking, you're moving on to 6th grade. New classroom, new people, new experience. Move on. Okay, so we let go of the past and move on to the new experience. We're able to gain that. Okay, so all of those experiences, when you between 30 and 40, you really get to, and you can wait a little bit on you. But for me, I'll share my own experience. It had to be, I want to say it was 33. I want to say it was 33 when it did happen for me. And when it did happen, like I was getting prep information. I was getting prep experiences at the age of 32. But then when 33 kicked in, somewhere during that year, the divine was very expressively clear to my thoughts. Very, like the divine can clear out the freaking room and all I'm hearing is that's it. No, anyways, it's one of those moments, those sacred moments. And they told me very specifically that they said, what do you want to do? What power you want? Oh, well, I've seen people control weather, like influence weather. I knew this one person, and they do their little song and thing, and it wasn't a dance. It was just a little song, a little rhyming song.
And literally, like before I was around them, it could happen within 2 days to a week or more, and they get the results. But when I came into their life, hours later, results, hours later, results. And there was this one time we were up in, I saw enough of it to know it was real. And there's this one time we're in, shoot, I can't remember the freaking state. It's always on the edge of town. But anyways, we're in this one place, and it was up north. It was up north, and it was December. It should be cold. They normally have snow on the ground at this time, and the people we were around, they didn't believe that she could have an effect on the weather. They didn't believe this. Have all the disbelief you want. I'll prove you wrong. Literally, it's Christmas Day. It was Christmas Day, and where we were staying, the dude had his fan on, the window open. It was that hot, and he literally went up to the person, and he was like, "Stop your stuff. I want my Christmas back." He was a complete disbeliever, complete atheist disbeliever. He was a dude to his own volition of his own, and the dude looked and sounded like he was telling 100% of the truth to me. But like, doesn't have thought, didn't have an inner voice, like no inner voice, no inner thought, just okay. He came back and said, "Stop your." He believed her. He ultimately believed her. And she said, "You'll get it. You'll get your winner when we're gone." We left, and within 24 hours of us, within 8 to 16 hours of us leaving, there was snow on the ground again. Or I shouldn't say in, but for the year, there's finally snow. So I was very aware that it's possible to affect the weather. And I'm like, well, there's plenty of people in the world that can affect weather. I've been to a few places, and I've known more than one person. So yeah, we can affect the weather. I don't care. That's cool. But since other people are doing it, I'm not interested in following that course. I want to do something that nobody else is doing. And that's when I started paying attention to where I was living. But it wasn't just where I was living, because I was in the Renaissance world at that time. So we'd move, to that place, and we're around different people. Shows over here, we're moving over here, and we're around different people. Not always the same people. Maybe there's some of the same people, but not always, And for over a year, it was many years. It was several years actually, 4 years maybe. And but every single situation like that we will go through, wise, without me going and talking or doing with anybody, we'd just be, I'll go hang out with somebody who's smoking, just hanging out, having a good time, and they mentioned their whatever they were going through with their spouse, with their mate, and with their significant other, and I'd be like, that is exactly what I'm going through. Exactly. Like, there might be a little detail off here or there, but the major portions, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines up. And this happened for, like I said, for years. And at first I thought maybe I was having an impact, or maybe our relationship was causing a wave of energy. But then I would notice other people going through it before we went through it, whatever the case, whatever circumstance. So yeah, I was like, okay, it's not sourcing from me. And then that's when I started to put together over all those times that as we have physical weather for our 3D world, we have spirit weather that comes through. This spirit weather causes us to have certain experiences. That's what was causing the similarity, because there's a wave of energy hitting the entire world. It wasn't just at our location, it'd be anybody anywhere. Reading online, whatever was going on, this is the thing to deal with, whatever. I was seeing it all line up across the board. So I was like, okay, there's got to be a spiritual weather. I said, that's the weather. I want to work with that weather. I want to work with the spiritual energy, the spiritual weather. Yeah, that's what I want to work on. And so that's essentially where that's where at that age, started working on that ever since, very specifically, paying attention to those synchronicities that people, there's no glue holding it together. There's nothing connecting those dots that we could naturally see. But for me, well, if I see 1, 2, especially 3, 4, well, there's something there. I won't keep paying attention, especially if that pattern happens over and over and over. And if you pay attention to anything long enough, you're going to understand more about it than anybody else. That's how Einstein was able to figure out what he was able to figure out. That's how Nikola Tesla was able to do what he was doing, because they were focused on one primary thing. Everything else supported that main focus, and they stayed on that. And that's what they worked on. That's where their mind went back every day. Their mind was not consumed with the opinions of, he doesn't like me. He said I was not good. They're not giving me. They didn't stay on that. If they would have focused on what was an impediment upon their life, they would have never achieved the world records that we are left with today. Okay? The achievements that they accomplished, that they wound up discovering. And that is why it's important for you to pursue and trust and believe in your life, in your heart, in your connection with the divine, because nobody else is going to help you get there. Nobody else is going to lift you up and say, there you go, there's the sauce. And that's how you put it together. Now you got to figure out that sauce recipe. You got to figure out the different ingredients. Because you're an alchemist. It's your own uniqueness. And every single person, I'm telling you, if you dare to believe, every single person out there can have something unique and new to offer this world that has never been given. Everybody. That's how we shine. That's how we shine, because I'm not trying to turn you into me. I know who I am. That's good enough for me. So when I hang out with you, I want to encourage you to be the master that you are born to be, the master of whatever craft you wind up mastering. Maybe it's writing, storying, drawing, this, that. Who knows what you wind up taking from over there and put in with this and bring into that. Nobody else had the recipe to that sauce, because you are the recipe. The only way to find it was to discover, yeah, I like that. Nah, I don't like that so much. This, I'm going to keep working with that. Yeah, that's my life. I'm focusing on that. All right. And that's where you find your joy. Your joy doesn't come from people saying, good job. That's the way to do it. Yeah, get there. Here's some money here. Yeah, there you go. That teaches you codependence. Because as soon as nobody's there to cheer you on, what did you do? Did you keep running? Or did you just stop because nobody's looking and nobody's cheering anymore? See, that honor comes down for you of your own character, not of anybody else. Everybody going to have to stand on their own 2 feet before them pearly gates on their fateful day. Everybody going to stand and face account on it. In that day, I cannot stand before the divine almighty up above and say, well, Joey, man, he said if I lie, that it's going to work out better. And so I compromised on everything I honor to lie, because I wanted to make Joey feel better because he had a better plan. No, at that moment, I'm stricken down. I lied. I compromised. It doesn't matter. I faltered. That's my own 2 feet to stand on, not Joey's feet, not your feet, not his feet, not Miss Hurts him. Pope or regular little Joe, you all going to stand before the divine one day, and it's your own life. You're going to have to. That's what you did. That's what you chose to do. It doesn't matter. Now, if they manipulated you, forced you, tricked you, and caused you to do something that you said no to, and they totally, well, now then that's different. That's different. You did not have free will. You were not under the ability to freely choose. So,
Well, that life, you just need a rego. You need to be in a situation. Shit. And that's what we have to fight for in this life. We have to fight for our freedom, not physically, mentally, emotionally. And how does that fighting look? Actually, it looks pretty calm. Actually, gets pretty quiet. It actually seems non-responsive a lot of the times because it translates into stability. There's stability. Some people have learned how to make, we got skyscrapers around the world, right? And there's development of understanding of how to go into the ground and make a earthquake proofed building so that the shake doesn't hurt it. There's buildings in places where there's earthquakes, and they learned how to do a few things we didn't know. So that building can actually have stability when everything's going crazy. And even its own stability, when you start going and looking at that, there's actually some sway to it. There's actually some sway happening. The stability is very, very acutely monitored, put in place. Every single portion was aware so that we could allow that building to be stable in a place that is unsecure. That's your very, this whole world, unsecure. Stranger danger is very much real. Just because you know, hey, that's Joey. And I see Joey every day. So Joey's a good person because he always buys people and helps. You didn't follow Joey home? You didn't see what Joey, how ugly he is and how he treats animals and all sorts of things when nobody else is looking? Pretty bad person. This is strange danger. Just because you think you know somebody, I'm going to tell you right now, until you sleep with them, not sleep with them, but until you're in that house and you're sleeping under the same roof and you wake up and deal with each other every day, back to 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 back, that's when you'll find out who somebody is. But as long as somebody has even an hour to go do whatever the hell they want, then they're going to go do what they want, and you're not going to know that secret part of their life. That's what people are doing. They are afraid. They don't have love. They know they're doing wrong. They know they're lying. They already know. They already know. And that's why your integrity and your honor does not rest with anybody except yourself. Thyself is the only one. That's how you start gaining the confidence in your own life. That's how you're able to look forward and not be able to go off to the sides. You ever seen, usually it's like on the horse carriages, usually on those kind, you'll see the blinders on. But the horses on that are drawn the carriages, usually you'll see these two little things at the side, and they call them blinders. And that's so that their eye doesn't see something off to the side. Because if they see something off to the side, they might get spooked. Sometimes they got horse carriages, they go next, and they got cars and they're going next to each other. In some places they do that. Still, they do. And so they got the blinders on the horse. That's our hermit mode. Our hermit mode, we put blinders up because we need to focus on only what's ahead of us. Everything to the side is a distraction. If I see what's on to the side and I get spooked, and now everything I'm carrying, all the spirits, all the fucking valuables, fucking crash. Don't want to crash. Don't want to crash. You got the blinders on for a little bit, or in hermit mode. And that's when we learn not to pay attention to people's opinions because we're deliberately shutting them out. Invalid, doesn't check in. I'm focused on my own life. So when we come out of hermit mode and we don't have the blinders on anymore, we know the world's around us going on. That's natural. But we have trained ourselves for 40 days plus 40 days of the same habit, of the same action every single day is going to create a new habit. The new habit, you don't even have to think to do it. It just automatically happens. Real science right there. So hermit mode, block off the opinions of everybody for 40 days, invalid for 40 days, only your opinion, only your sight. Write it down, keep track of yourself, blah, 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 blah. 40 days, drop the blinders. You walk back into the world, it's people saying stuff, looking at you funny, you don't even care. Because the habit you've developed there's no thinking in it. There's no thinking in it. There's no thinking. The invalid is literally, it's a mechanism. It doesn't match the signature. So there's no additional thought in my mind to it. So it didn't work. Their insult, their distraction, their this, their that, whatever it could be in your life. It didn't work anymore. Take 40 days off from your problems. Put some blinders on. Come off with them after 40 days. You know, do something different with the world. People wonder, damn, I can't get them to do what I want anymore. Man, my lies don't work anymore. Man, I can't manipulate them. I can't tell them to do this, and then they do that, and then I get what I want, and they're all upset. It doesn't work anymore. That's how divinity wins. It's a mass resurrection. It's a worldwide resurrection. I mean, there you go. I mean, there's the plan. There's what all works towards. A worldwide resurrection. I have performed the ceremony. Sound bowl, stones. And the dude comes, he literally, the ceremony's over. He goes, I'm back. Just like that. I'm back. What? What the heck just happened? You're back? Where you been? I didn't even have to ask. He'd never been. His little childhood self got put away. His angelic divine self got put away because of trauma in the whole world. And through some love and good, proper energy resonance, the dude goes, I'm back. Imagine billions, imagine 8 billion people going, I'm back. It's a new world. That instant, heaven would have hit a root into Gaia, and as above, so below would have just happened, and we're just going to have to wait for the resonance to jump up into our gut so we can feel that joy. I look forward to a day when I'm crying every single damn day because everybody's so freaking happy. We have hurt enough. We've been hurt enough. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sharing the love. Thanks for transforming. Thanks for sharing a bad comment and having a different opinion because you decided to listen. Thanks for being a brother. Thanks for being a sister. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for being here. It's not easy to be here on this world. But together, we got a family that no human and no thing in existence could ever separate. Much love and many blessings. Until we're with you tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dana de Guay. Much love.